And we're live.
We are live. This is a Thursday. It is October the 5th. Yes, we are in October. We're in spooky month. We actually get a Friday the 13th this year around too. So I know all you spooky fans out there are going to love it. But this is PM in the PM, Pong and Mav in the PM for another Thursday night. And Mav and I were just talking. We don't have anything really planned because, well, we do obviously, but none of the normal setup that we have behind the scenes is done because Mav and I are doing what we actually naturally want to do, which is to game. And guess why, folks? Because the games are coming left, right, up, down, front, center, every which way. Right now, it is absolutely insane. Mav and I were just talking about this. So yeah, we're gaming. Like, I got off early today and I came home and I should have sent some stuff in the DMs and gotten stuff for the show ready. But instead I sat back down because I was like, make a couple more races in Forza. Yeah. 550. I looked down at the phone. I'm like, oh shit, Mav's already sent the link. Let's go. I guess it's time. So welcome everybody. Welcome to all you freaking incredible gamers out there. We do have a lot of news this week to get into. We got a lot to talk about. Obviously, you guys probably all saw this thumbnail. It is going to be Forza. We are going to talk a lot of Forza, but we got more moves by Sony who seem to be finding their way, but some moves that maybe have you been listening to the Fun Speculation Network for probably nearly two and a half, maybe even 3 years, you would have heard conversations about some of these moves and potential. So we're going to talk a lot about that as well.
We're too ahead of the game, Pong. We're too ahead of the game.
Bro, I feel like we don't toot our own horn enough because we are, again, all things considered, smaller channel. Big time channels can sit there and say, oh, you guys, we talked about this, and we called this, and everybody goes, well, yeah, credit, yeah. The smaller channels, we've been doing this for a long time, and we've had a lot of good conversations, man. So, I don't think we toot our horn enough when it comes to this stuff because sure, we get a lot of stuff wrong in Speculation Town because we visit there often because, again, you named your channel Fun Speculation for a reason, but not just this show, but other shows, Boom shows, and me and Steele on Living Sports. We talk so many different topics and we take a wide, that satellite, that RTS view, that as Steele likes to call it, and we really try to come from different perspectives in Speculation Town and look at things, look at the industry. And we do get a lot of things wrong, but damn, if we haven't been spot on with a lot that has happened over the past 3 years, pretty insane, way ahead of the curve in some cases. But anyways, we will get into that. Thank you all for being here. I got to get to my co-host. This man has been busting his ass. His real life work is through the roof, which is freaking absolutely awesome. He went through some tough times like a lot of us did, but great to hear Mav back working nonstop, but he's also been gaming a ton, even back to doing some streaming Forza.
Yeah.
But Mav, how dare you stream Forza from behind the car view, my good sir?
I'm sorry.
How dare you, sir?
I don't have a right to an opinion because I did that.
That is against these rules, man. Yeah. These rules. There's a big giant rule book out there in this community. Oh man. Actually, I might get into that in a second here. But anyways, the one, the only, the owner, the CEO of Fun Speculation Network, the man bringing it every single week. Fun Speculation, aka Mav. Brother, what's been going on, man?
Oh, dude. Forza, Starfield. just living the life, man. Just living the life of these games, dude. These games. Oh my God. When you have high expectations and things get exceeded, it's pretty hard, but managed to do it. managed to do it twice to me now in the matter of about a month, and living happy, you know, as a gamer, you know, the favorite hobby, favorite pastime.
Yeah.
It's the golden age, Punk Soul.
Sir,
It is.
It is.
This is it. This is what we've been talking about. This is what we've been waiting for. 2023 has been delivering left and right on all the fronts and all this variety of different kinds of games. And it keeps getting better and better and better and better and over delivering and just amazing stuff. Too much, so much that we just can't keep up with it. There's games that we would have been all over coming into Game Pass day one, and we don't even have time to touch it.
Correct.
Because we're running laps. We're running laps in Forza, and we're addicted. We can't stop. Like Starfield that had us sucked in. Now Forza Motorsport completely has me sucked in. And I haven't felt this way about a Forza Motorsport, honestly, with how addicting it is since maybe Forza 3. I'm taking back maybe Forza 1, 2, or 3. I honestly like, and I've loved every single one of them, but this has got that next level feel, bro. It's got that feel that it feels new, it feels fresh, it feels hot. You know, it feels addicting.
The driving,
yes,
the main important part of the game. 1000%, bro.
Yes,
100%,
and that's what it's like all about. With like to get that game, you know, that game feel, that gameplay. There's been so much talk about the visuals and all this stuff, and I agree, all that stuff's important, especially with racing games, right? But like,
sure,
I think some of it's can be overly criticized and overly appreciated as well. I mean, maybe I'm guilty of that, but the just addictiveness of this damn game, dude, has just gotten me so hard. I couldn't stop playing yesterday. I had, like you mentioned, I had my first game stream in a while where I actually like sat and played a game for like hours, and but the time just I got in trouble last night, Pong, because
whoa.
I went
almost a divorce.
I mean, I went too long. I went too long on the stream, and the thing is that I found out, like, hey, the PC edition just dropped, and I was expecting it to be at midnight, right? But it ended up hitting at 11 my time. And I was like, oh, what? And so I finished my race on there. Then I set it up on PC, and I tried it there too. But I had a blast streaming last night. Thanks to everybody who showed up and watched the stream. But that was fun, man. And I gotta say, dude, it's so good. But other than that, man, I've just been hanging out and working and just running errands and living life, man. Just same old shit. But how have you been, sir?
Busy as always, of course. Life never stops throwing challenges, seemingly. That goes for a lot of people, so I won't say it's just me. I'm not Eeyore with the little rain cloud over my head, but definitely busy, but definitely been getting my game time in. Still just absolutely in love with Starfield. I don't see myself stopping playing that anytime soon. I did have to get to the point this week where I had to cut myself off of Starfield early enough because I was finding myself going to bed at 2-3 o'clock in the morning and having to get up at 4 or 5 hours later. And this old guy can't do it on consecutive nights as much as he used to be able to do it. One night's okay, but when it starts becoming 2, 3, 4 nights, that's where it starts to really hurt. So I wound up starting to bounce off Starfield early, forcing myself to close out of it, and trying some other things that dropped in the Game Pass, and mainly being Gotham Knights. And yes, at the not so pleasant 30 frames on the Xbox Series X, I have absolutely 100% been playing a lot more console than PC. I really haven't touched the PC side of things. I told you all this when I got my PC. I wasn't going PCMR full time yet. I'm still too addicted to my couch, and I'm too addicted to the ease of just popping into a game. So I actually did pop on Gotham Knights and played around through the opening part. And wow, what an opening, first of all, man. And I know nobody cares about Gotham Knights anymore, but this is my first time playing it. And you guys know I'm not a superhero gamer either, superhero guy anymore, as much as I used to be back in the day. So for me, that opening with Batman and stuff really grabbed me. I was like, damn, this is pretty well done. This story, okay, I'm down for this. This is good. And got into the game. And again, the 30 frames is not a Starfield smooth 30 frames at all. It's, you know, I don't mind 30 frames. You guys know I still play Xbox 360 games from time to time. Like, I don't care. Like, that doesn't, it's not, but it's noticeable in Gotham Knights. And I'm like, okay, all right. But got into it and it's damn fun. I will say it's just a really good time. You know, once you start getting the combat and you start growing a little bit in your powers and your skills, it's really cool. And the photo mode in that game and the graphics in that game, holy shit, I was blown away. I know I'd heard some of you guys talk about it and say that, you know, that the graphics and stuff, it could get really impressive, but my God, I was having a good time in Gotham Knights. I won't stick on this because, again, nobody cares about Gotham Knights anymore. But it is good. It was different to get to a different game after playing Starfield straight for like 250 hours, I think I'm at now. Yeah. So it was cool to get to a different game and try it out. So that was fun. And then of course Forza dropped, and I said I was going to try Forza for sure. I said I didn't know how much I was going to play. In fact, I was going to hold off. I wasn't going to buy the premium edition, but then I started seeing people play it, and then
that FOMO,
you know,
gotcha, Pong. That FOMO.
It doesn't get me very often. You know that, brother. It doesn't get me very often, but I saw people playing it. And I started looking at it. I'm like, oh, it's on, you know, it's got the, you know, the upgrade path, and it's, you know, got 20% off and Game Pass. I'm like, it's $35.
Good value for $35, honestly.
I always get the VIP in Forza anyway, right? I always do. So I was just like, fine, I'll get it early. I'll get it out of my system. I'll play for a little bit and then back to Starfield. And of course, whatever else I want to do. You know, no, I should have known better. I should have known that Turn 10, 6 years from their last iteration of Forza would do this to me. I should have known, Matt, because I'm equally, like, I don't really have a bias when it comes to Horizon or Motorsport. I don't. I enjoy both equally for their respective play, you know, their gameplay. I do. I really do. But it's been so long since we had a proper Motorsport that when I jumped in, and then we'll get into it more when we talk about Forza, because there is some critiques, some criticisms to be had here. But when I started driving, Mav, and I posted the video when I picked up the Evo, I got through the initial and I was like, okay, it's feeling pretty damn good. I'm like, all right, got through the initial cup and I was like, all right, let's do my usual when I get a new Forza. Let's go buy the Evo, because I know that car. It's second nature to me to drive an Evo. It's not the same, of course, on screen and with a controller in your hand, but it doesn't matter. I've always bought the Evos because I know the car so well and I know what it should feel like, even translated to a video game. So I picked up the Evo MR, the 2004, which is a little bit spicier than my 03.8 actually was in real life, but not by much. And so I picked that up and I started driving that thing stock, and I drove it for 2 hours the other day, Mav. And I was like, God damn, Turn 10. All these things that you talked about, all the redesigned physics models, we've got however many points of contact on the tire, all that kind of stuff that normally it can be just like, okay, they're just throwing out a bunch of big topics and big terms and saying that they've done all these changes. But when we actually get to the game, it's like Call of Duty every year, right? Yeah. And we'll probably talk a little Call of Duty later too with MW3, but it's like Call of Duty. They throw out all this stuff that they supposedly changed, but you get into it,
and it feels
like unless you're a pro who's making money on Call of Duty, you're never going to notice this stuff. It's Call of Duty. Okay. But Turn 10, what they all talked about with creating this new engine and going back to the drawing board from the ground up, as far as the cars and how they handle and stuff, that's legit, folks. Again, they've always, as I said in my tweet, they've captured driving an Evo very well. And again, I can't speak to some of these high performance cars, because never driven a lot of them, right? The Ferraris and the Porsches and all that kind of stuff. But when it comes to Forza and the Evo, they've always done a good job. But this one, even with just a controller, even without having a steering wheel setup and all that kind of stuff, the body roll, the all-wheel drive, the grip, how it comes through the corners, the power levels, when you're hitting the RPMs at the right moment, all of that is the best it has ever felt by far. They've taken it up probably not just one notch. They've taken it up probably 3 to 5 notches with this new improved system. It is absolutely insane how good that car felt to drive and how much it felt like my old Evo as much as it could. So hats off to Turn 10. We'll talk more about it, but so I got into Forza and it's been Forza now. I'm running through the career mode. I'm running through the cups. I did some free racing, been trying out some new cars. Was doing one of the cups today, or started yesterday and in today, running with that Mercedes 190. And again, to go from driving the Evo and a couple other cars to going to an old rear-wheel drive, overpowered, just beast of a vehicle. And we're talking about back in the day, but we're just talking about one of those cars that was known to be squirrely as all hell, always riding on that razor's edge. Once I got that down, just have an absolute blast in this game. Again, we'll get into the other stuff, but the driving itself, the most important part about a racing game, shocking. I know, everybody. Yeah. They have absolutely crushed it. Like you said, Mav, I haven't had this much fun. I haven't felt this much satisfaction out of a Forza in probably, like you said, 4, 3, somewhere in that neighborhood.
Yeah.
It really is that big of a leap. So yeah, that's what I've been doing this week. Just having a good time. Again, Starfield's got my heart always. Again, it's my favorite game all time now.
I have a little Starfield story for you real quick.
Yeah, go. So we're always down for Starfield talk. Let's go.
Yeah. First off, I've advanced more into the story. I'm just gonna say there's some heavy hitting moments in this story that I was not expecting. I don't want to spoil anything.
Yeah.
But I have gotten to a certain point and I was like, whoa. The funny thing is, Kate was playing too. She was playing separately. I didn't know where she was in the story.
Mm-hmm.
But she messaged me and she was like, jaw drop, like moment, like what that? Oh my God. Right. And I was like, right. And I just smiled, right? Because we had the same experience, the same reaction,
That's freaking cool
right?
Shit. Yeah.
And so I was still a little ahead of her, and I said, just wait. And then she got to that other point, and then she was like, "What?" It's crazy stuff going on that I didn't see coming yet. Because I've been just doing whatever in Starfield, right? But knowing Forza was coming and all this stuff, I kind of wanted to get a little further in the story and kind of get some of that experience, right? With that, so that's what I've been doing in Starfield besides running my Aurora Empire.
Which is freaking awesome.
The other thing, Kate was up here helping me do some stuff in the room. You see, you got the sword hanging on the wall, and she's got me these galaxy lights that are shining in here and stuff like that. And she had never seen Starfield on my PC, so right. I was just like, while you're here, do you mind if I show you what the game looks like on my PC? Because we bought the PC pretty much for Starfield, right?
Right.
And so, I have it set up to play on that TV, so I'll just chill here in my chair and I'll play on the TV from my PC, right? And that's a good TV too. It's not the greatest, but it's a good TV.
Yeah.
There's some things with this TV. I gotta give Sony props for this. Okay.
Yeah, you were talking about this. Yeah,
they're and I don't ever touch this kind of shit usually in TVs because it usually messes with things. But there's some shit in this TV, some stuff that changed Starfield. Right, because I've been playing it on my ultra wide. I put it on there and I messed with some of that just to see. I was like, holy shit, right? So anyway, good props to Sony for whatever the funky stuff that is. But I popped it on the TV over here from my PC, and her jaw, she's like, what? She was like, what?
Uh-oh.
So
Is it time to go PC shopping for one Miss Caitlin?
She literally said, can we get one of these for the bedroom? She was like, can we get, wait, she's like, why not just get one of these for the bedroom? Like, and put it on the TV, because that's usually where she games, right? And I was like, hey, I'm all for that. Let's go. You know, like, maybe we'll do that, you know? But she was like, literally, she could, as I was in New Atlantis, which is a great location to compare, because you spend a lot of time there, right? And it was nighttime, and all the lights, all this stuff. It was just perfect scene for that. But like, she was like, I just can't watch anymore, because it's gonna ruin it for me. Like downstairs playing on the Xbox. Like the Xbox Series X version looks great, you know.
Right.
I play a lot on the Xbox too. In fact, I've been playing more and more on the Xbox than I have on PC lately. But just like when you want, like, okay, I really want to go all out on this thing, I'll sit here and I'll chill and I'll play it on there, and it's just like next level, dude. So hey, maybe I sold her on becoming
PCMR,
and getting a PC hooked up to the TV in the bedroom. That'd be nice.
Good thing real life job's going so well, man.
Hopefully it keeps up.
Yeah. No, that's good stuff though, because it is that
PC on every TV in the house.
Oh Jesus!
Let's go.
It will no longer. Matt will no longer be like, well, we got like 5 Xboxes. It'll be like, well, we've got 5 PCs in the house now. You know.
I have 6 Xbox.
PCMR family. Yeah, you got 6. I know. I should have known that number by now, because you've said it so many damn times. Anyways, no, it's a great story, because it is. And we might actually just touch on that topic a little bit here in a little bit. We'll see where we're at. Because you and I had DM'd earlier this week about some stuff that had popped up, and how this gen, more than any gen we can remember up to this point, really is kind of testing consoles and really putting consoles kind of in the spotlight, and their limitations, and why more people, and I've seen a lot of it. It's, again, we don't have numbers or anything like that, but I've seen a lot of people in this community start saying building out their PCs or buying brand new PCs because of the limitations we're starting to see. But that is a great example, because there is a shocking difference graphically, especially when you look at Starfield on a PC versus the Series X. And again, I say this coming from somebody who now has probably played like 70-30 on Xbox, right?
It just shows how fast
it's really
the
good.
Technology keeps pushing.
The technology just keeps pushing.
Yes. Jasper
and
had the same reaction too when he finally got that graphics card. He was like,
he sure did.
Whoa.
Yep. Whoa. It is incredible, the detail. And I think that's something that is missing, that you won't know unless you have both and you play both side by side. Again, the Series X version looks freaking great. You guys have all seen me posting all the screenshots and stuff from my Series X.
Yeah.
It looks absolutely great. It's just that there is a big difference when you move over to PC. It's pretty crazy, actually. And that's just one game, right? That's just one example.
Yeah, and not every game has as big of a difference. That's for
sure.
So.
No, definitely not. No, for sure not. But yeah, that's a great story. Caitlin, shout out to you, by the way, for pushing forward and continuing your Starfield adventures. Again, just amazing that you fell in love with this game. A game completely different from anything that you normally play, which is freaking awesome. That's what it's all about. And it's just sweet to see that stuff. And the fact that you both can enjoy like a story together like that makes it all the better too.
Yeah, it was crazy, because it was like just on our own, really not just happened to be right around the same point in time with the big moments. It was pretty cool, man.
Yeah, absolutely. And I can't wait to get in that story. That's what's crazy to me, is 250 hours or whatever I'm in now. And I haven't touched the story, and that's all I hear.
But Starfield is just an unambitious game, right?
Oh yeah.
Unambitious. I don't understand.
I wasn't planning on this, man, but now that you say that, let's go here a little bit. I want to get your thoughts on what you've seen too, because you experience it firsthand. Obviously, somebody who streams, is somebody who has his own channel, somebody who posts a lot on Twitter, and this is nothing new. But first of all, everybody in the chat, and I'll shout out to you guys after we get off this topic, because this is kind of community topic, which Mav and I do from time to time. Shout out to all of you. What I'm about to talk to doesn't include probably anybody here that listens to us on a regular basis as part of our Fun Speculation family. I just want to give props to all of you because you're the best parts of this community. You are the reason why I jumped in this community, why so many jumped in this community, to find great people who are just as passionate about video games as we are. But I got to say, the longer I'm here in this community, and the longer, even though I filtered out a lot of it, these past 2 months, Mav, especially, really can be disheartening when you watch the discourse on the community. And this obviously pertains to the clown show. This pertains to the actors out here. This pertains to this whole group of people who are extremely loud, because that's how they get their, attention, extremely over the top. And I understand that a lot of it is jokes amongst friends that were here long before any of us joined this community. All that's included in this. But it really is a certain type of energy that is brought to this community. And this past 2 months, watching what has happened, like I said, can be it can be a downer if you want it to be. And that's why I filtered out so much of it. But I can't believe it, Mav. I can't believe what I've seen. Well, I can, because again, my bar for human beings is so low. I don't mean to say it that way. I guess it's still just how much of it there has been over the past 2 months, now that Xbox has first party titles coming out. And it's not just one sided, folks. Don't get me wrong. There's plenty of Xbox out there who ferment this stuff as well. It's definitely not. And again, I don't tell anybody anymore. I used to come on here and do rants about how we need to stop the console war nonsense and all that kind of stuff. I don't do that anymore, because if you want to spend your energy doing that, who am I to tell you, not to? It's your deal. But just being a part of this community and not being able to post excitement about games, post anything that happens to be positive about your favorite platform, your favorite game, whatever you're experiencing, without having a great chance of 1, 2, 10, 20 individuals jump in and try to sap that away, is extremely sad, especially if you are a person who does not partake in the console war narrative. It's a sad day, folks, when you have a group of people who relish the opportunity to dive into nonsense and to think that it's all fun and games, when they have the audacity to tell you that you can't be neutral, that there's no way that you can celebrate all of gaming, because that's just fake. And you're actually worse than any of us console warriors. It's really disheartening too, when these people aren't self-aware enough. And this is what I used to rant about. I used to try to rant this, that when you give off this energy, you may think it's all joking and it's not toxic, because the people that you're talking to, and it's all cool at the end of the day. You guys, if you showed up at somewhere and you guys were all together, you would all hang out. It wouldn't be a fight, because none of this stuff is serious. And everybody who says this toxicity and all this nonsense is serious business, you guys got it all wrong. And let us have our fun out here. And I try to tell you all, that energy at its core is not good energy, and it attracts more negative energy. So then all of a sudden, Mav, this week as well, as we approach Spider-Man 2 launch, when one side decided to retaliate against the other side for the Starfield stuff by posting Spider-Man 2 leaks. And again, I'm not here to say any of this is okay at all, because it's not. What I'm trying to do is show why this energy breeds more of it, and it becomes uncontrollable. And you can't throw your hands up in the air and say, whoa, I didn't want all this to happen. No. You don't get to do that when you breed negativity. You don't get to claim innocence or victimhood when you've been breeding that all along. Even if you never went somewhere and now somebody else does, you can't step back and go, well, that's not part of the rules. That's not a part. There are no rules. That's the thing you forget. You're fermenting chaos in this community. So when chaos comes back and bites you, you don't get to act surprised. You don't get to stand up and all of a sudden have some kind of moral authority to say, oh, no, that's too far. Fuck you. All right. No, you don't get to do that. Okay, period, point blank. And I'm sick and tired of this bullshit. This community drowns itself in drama. But when one side this week decided to start posting Spider-Man 2 spoilers, and again, thank God I don't have a problem with them. I feel bad for anybody out there who is not a part of that energy in this community, who did see a spoiler for Spider-Man 2 or any other game, and it ruined the game for you. I feel absolutely awful for you, because I know how it feels when I make a positive post and I get some people coming in with their negative shit. It's the same damn thing. I get it, and I feel bad for you if you aren't swimming in it, but it affects you, which is something I talked about previously all the damn time, that it starts affecting innocent people. Then I feel absolutely awful for you. But the fact that everybody all of a sudden decided that, oh, this is one step too far, folks. Holy shit. Nope, I never agreed to this. Oh my God. Why are people doing this? Why are people doing this? Because of all you fools out here, with all your fun and jokes, with all of your console warring, you attract that. Because guess what? In this type of society, with social media around, you don't get to control who comes to your party. So when you open the doors and you act that way and you present yourself that way, if you don't think there's going to be some even people that are worse than you according to your brain walk through that door, you're nuts. You invited them in with that energy. I don't give a shit what anybody thinks. It's the damn truth. I don't care if you don't believe in karma. I don't care if you don't believe in energy. I don't care if you don't believe in any of that nonsense. A fact's a fact. You attract what you put out. And if you put out shit, you're going to get flies. And then guess what? You're going to have some other things come along and take bigger shits than you right next to yours. Because they think, oh, he's doing it. That's cool. Let me do it. Now I can even go up and beyond this. I could be even funnier. I can be even more toxic. I can be even more badass out here arguing over video games. Watch me. You don't get to all of a sudden say, no. That's enough now. No. You decided to invite that in to this community, to this space. And it not just affects you, and I could give a shit less about any of you out there that throw that energy out on a regular basis. It affects innocents who are here because they love video games and they want to talk video games and they want to celebrate video games and they want to just whatever the case may be, why ever they found themselves here. It wasn't to argue about plastic boxes. It wasn't to argue about who's got more games, who's got better games. It wasn't to gatekeep because certain people don't play a game the way that I play. So therefore that makes them a less gamer or not even a gamer. Fuck you. Again, that's not what the majority is here for. But because you guys decide to make that your playground, now you get to live with the consequences. That's it. And it does rest on your shoulders. At the end of the day, it's the personal responsibility of the individual. Obviously, I preach that all the damn time. But when you open it up to that, just don't be shocked when it shows up at your doorstep. Mav, you've been attacked. I know you're eating animal crackers like popcorn. When you've seen it firsthand, you've felt it firsthand, you will put out a, post from time to time just to, test the waters of things because kind of some of the narratives out there. Again, the latest one was, oh, don't you dare call Starfield a masterpiece. You can't have the personal opinion. Yeah. That Starfield is a masterpiece. That is fucking wrong. And you are an absolute idiot if you throw masterpiece on top of Starfield, even though it's legit an opinion. You've been attacked. You've seen it happen time and time again to people who are not even a part of that whole narrative. People who do never go in there. But Mav, these past 2 months for sure have been unbelievable. And it really is telling and a lot of people are showing their faces of who they really are. And I hope a lot of people are paying attention. Are you seeing this? Am I off kilter, Mav? Am I just having a bad week, so I'm taking it out on innocent people in this community, on PM the PM?
No, first off, that deserves a round of applause.
I don't know about that, but
It does.
Thank you.
So I've seen it. I've seen a lot of things recently. I've seen people that lay into this heavily, 95 to 99% of the time, all of a sudden try and pretend to be this professional, unbiased person for the sake of whatever the sake is, right? I've seen that. That's been really strange because it's happened numerous times. It's happened to me on shows, and all of a sudden I'm like,
yeah,
who are you? Right? Like,
right.
All of a sudden, like, really? Okay. That's fine. You know, like if you want to portray two different characters, right? That's what they are then, right? It's a character.
Yep.
It's hard for me to judge who you really are at the end of the day. So I don't know whether to ever take anything you say for what it's worth, because you're pretty much admitting that most of the time you're just bullshitting for fun. So if that's what you're doing, then don't come out and pretend to be somebody else all of a sudden for the sake of having some credibility, right? Some of those people defending things that are obviously wrong out there as well. And there's just so much just random stuff happening in the last 2 months. It's like, you're right. It's very revealing, right? Very, very revealing. And, you know, you say I mix it up sometimes on Twitter. I try and lay traps, right? Like,
correct. Yep.
It's like, who's going to come and respond to this, right?
Right.
And
I use your traps to mute people, so it's freaking fantastic.
And it's amazing to see the reaction that you get when you make a post about, even if it's an honest take, right? Just certain words that people have issues with, like saying Starfield's a masterpiece. And I keep calling it a masterpiece because guess what? If it pisses you off, I'm happy. Fuck you. I don't care if you don't like the fact that I call it a masterpiece. To me, it is. So that's just what it is. And I'm not afraid to share my feelings about the game.
Yep. Yep.
It's not a disingenuous take. That's for damn sure. And that's just how I feel. So it is what it is, right? And you have some people, like this issue we've had ever since we kind of started with our fun speculation and random thoughts and different things, like try and gatekeep conversation, right? And that's another thing that happens constantly as well. You're not allowed to say this. Why? You're not allowed to talk about this. Why do you talk about these games nobody cares about? Why do you do this? Why are you praising this game? Why are you shitting on this game or whatever? Like, it's an opinion. People all have different thoughts and perspectives. Now, I have told chat many a times, your opinions in the chat are just as valid as mine, just as valid as Pong's, anybody else here, because you're fucking gamers too, right? But there's people that act so damn special that they feel like they must know more than everybody else because they have a platform, right? And I can't stand that shit, period, point blank. Don't get it. You're not special. You're just a person that has a platform, just like we do, just like anybody in the chat could if you wanted to. Like, and guess what? Anybody can find an audience for them if they want to do it. Having a platform, having a website, having being a writer, being able to do reviews or whatever, like none of that stuff makes your opinion more special or more valid than anybody else. So that's one side. The other side is that console war stuff, right? And you know what? If you want to have fun and relish in the console war stuff, have at it. I'll post stuff too as jokes too, because hypocritical shit is out there all the time. And when there's something that's blatantly hypocritical out there that needs to be said, I'll say it. But when you go and do that stuff and you're out there and you're playing those games and you're shit talking everything, like, oh, anytime PlayStation has a game out there, putting in all the posts, how shitty it is, or anytime Xbox has a game, somebody coming in and saying how shitty it is. If that's the life that you want to live and that's what you want to do, then that's gonna come back to you, and that is what it is, because that's what you're portraying, and that's the discussions you like to have, that's the arguments you like to take, and the arguments you like to make. So if that's what it is, then that's what you're gonna get. You know, like you said, if you take a shit, there's gonna be flies around, and then there's other people that are gonna take bigger shits than you. So I don't feel bad for you if you get some things ruined. I'm sorry. Guess what? You know, at the end of the day, it sucks for everybody. And at the end of the day, also, a lot of these clowns are the ones that instigated all of it. So do I feel bad for them? No. You know, I avoid it. Somehow I haven't seen a spoiler for a game I'm actually interested in playing. I'll avoid it, but those people aren't trying to spoil that shit for me. You know, like, because I'm not instigating in that kind of shit. So it is what it is. Like, I don't know, man. Like, it's crazy community. I've noticed it mostly with Starfield and Forza, obviously, because
like I said, Xbox first party finally dropping some games.
Yeah,
and
it's gonna rile people up because, I mean, if you want to be honest, like, there's one game that a lot of them are excited for, but they've been waiting all year for stuff, so they're gonna downplay anything Xbox has because that's what they want to do. That's the games they like to play, is Twitter, not games, right? They could be playing these badass games if they wanted to, or maybe they are behind the scenes, who knows? But instead, they just like to go and post videos of Drive Club and say how much better Drive Club is than Forza Motorsport. And, like, just, what? There was a guy today talking to K Mega, and I usually don't butt into other people's posts.
Yeah.
But he was talking to K Mega, and, like, K Mega was like, you know, if people, you know, it's funny that people keep sharing Drive Club stuff because it didn't succeed.
Right.
If y'all were so interested and loved Drive Club so much, if you were
Drive Club.
I did too.
I bought it day one.
I did too.
The rain back then was the greatest rain. It's still up there. Like, that rain effect was awesome.
But his point was, why are y'all out here using this game to try and knock Forza Motorsport? And I'm like, yeah, that's kind of weird, right? Because they didn't buy it.
Right.
And that's why it failed. That's why the studio went under. That's why all that shit happened. And so this guy was arguing, oh, they didn't buy it because it went to PS Plus day one. I'm like, no. There was like a PS Plus edition. It was like a glorified demo. And the guy's like,
correct.
No, it was the game. What do you mean it's not the full game? You mean like Halo Infinite didn't launch with Forge mode? I'm like, no, it's different. You moron. You can literally buy the full game day one, or you got a glorified demo in PS Plus. And if you wanted to upgrade, you had to pay the difference. It's completely...
I bought the full version.
I did too. I fucking love Drive Club. Drive Club was great. I was disappointed about what happened to it because I wanted that franchise to continue. But to go back now and use that as like console war shit, to like try and knock Forza Motorsport because you can't capture good enough clips from GT7, you have to go to Drive Club. What the fuck are you doing? You're gonna go that deep into the rabbit hole to try and downplay Forza that you're choosing a failed fucking game that you guys didn't buy? What are you doing? You suck at console warring if that's what you're trying to do. I'm sorry. Like, if you want a console war, that's fine. You know, I don't care. But you're gonna go with fucking Drive Club? Like, try harder. Yep. Try harder if you want to do that. And guess what? If somebody else shits on your game, whatever, the next time it comes out, if somebody goes onto your post with your PlayStation named account and talk shit about Spider-Man 2 and how crappy it is or whatever, I ain't gonna feel bad for you. If they go back and compare it to fucking Spider-Man from the fucking Xbox 360 era, I won't fucking feel bad for you. If they go and compare it to anything else, I don't feel bad for you because you are the idiots out there instigating this shit, and whatever you give comes back. Right? The energy you put out is the energy you're going to get back in this world. And like, you know, I'm not going to go and be one of the people going on Twitter, on people's happy for Spider-Man 2 posts, going like, oh, this game, oh, it's so dated, oh, blah, 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 blah. I have my opinions on Spider-Man and we'll share them when we want to or whatever. But like, I haven't played Spider-Man 2 yet. And people are already trying to downplay that shit too. It's like, It's just a loop that will never end. And the thing is that there's so much greatness going on, especially with Xbox, with these games, that it's creating these emotions and these feelings like, no, they can't succeed. Everything we've been saying for years can't be wrong. They can't deliver games. They can't deliver good games and Game Pass day one. They can't do this. How are they doing this? We said it couldn't be done. How? Meanwhile, we have one game this year. That's the feelings that I think they have inside that they just want.
It is on that side for sure. On that side, it is 1,000% for sure. And if this was a separate community, if this was like their own little bubble, Mav, that like legitimately never overflowed, I could care fucking less. I could care less. In fact, I enjoy some of the joking when I know it's flat out joking. I enjoy the hypocrisy getting called out when it is, hypocritical. I enjoy some of that from time to time. There's no mistaking it, but I have vetted and I know the people. I've been in this community long enough. I know who's, legit doing it that way and who's not. The fact is it does overflow. The fact that it does go beyond just jokes, the fact that it becomes personal, that people don't just sit at, oh, I don't like this game you're enjoying. Like, that's not the end of the conversation. That's not the post. The post, if you give it energy, devolve, even if you try to have a conversation. That's why most of the time I never try to have a conversation, because it devolves into nonsense and it turns into, well, you're just an idiot for liking that game. Now that's personal. Again, it doesn't bother me. I'm too old. Like, I don't give a fuck what people think about me personally. It's the energy and trying to bring down other people's excitement and hype that really does bother the fuck out of me. Somebody can be completely not console warring at all, and yet this energy is so pervasive that people honestly believe, man. And I think this is legitimately here. Like, they legitimately are so wrapped up in that energy, in that console warring nonsense, that they legit come to places like my posts or your posts or somebody who's legitimately loving a game like Starfield, calling it a masterpiece because we believe it's a masterpiece. And they will sit there and honestly try to say, you don't like this game. You're just playing it because it's an exclusive, without knowing who you are ever.
Yeah.
And you are a complete stranger.
That was said to me. Yeah, like, oh, you're only liking it because it's a Xbox game. And
exclusive.
I'm like what the fuck? You don't know who
bro?
Like, I've been standing for Bethesda. Like, when I'm defending Starfield, and I've been doing a lot of Starfield defending, right?
Yes.
I'm not defending it because of Xbox. I'm defending it because I fucking love the game, and I love
Bethesda games. Skyrim was my favorite game of all time until Starfield came along. Skyrim was a multi-plat game. What?
Yes. Yeah, same. I owned Skyrim on PlayStation and Xbox. You know what I mean? Like, it's
that stuff that really gets underneath my skin, because that's the stuff where you go too far when you start going up to strangers.
Yeah.
Metaphorically speaking, obviously, it's not going up to in a personal way, but on X, you go into their post and you try to claim that you know who they are as a person. And you call them fake, you call them idiot, you call them everything name in the book, because you can't believe, Mav, that somebody would actually like a game you don't like, or would play a game in a manner that you would never play that game in.
Yeah. Like,
that mentality is so ridiculous to me that it does honestly irritate me, even when it doesn't affect me. When I go underneath and you know me, Mav, I retweet a ton of, I don't care who you are. I will retweet you. If I see you're posting game footage and you're having a great time with a game or screenshots, whatever it is, I will try to retweet you as I'm scrolling through. I don't always say anything, but I will always try to retweet because I want to spread that energy. But if I do happen to go in their comment section, I will see this nonsense, and and like that irritates me, even though I don't know the person that posted. Either way, both positive and negative, I don't know them, but it's just like, how can you honestly take yourself seriously every single day that you walk on to X, formerly known as Twitter, and you seek out a positive post, or a positive post randomly gets retweeted into your feed, and you're scrolling by and you actually take the 2 minutes, the 5 minutes, however long it took you to come up with your response to walk into that person's positive, has nothing to do with any other consoles, has nothing to do with your life, has nothing to do with your favorite video game. And you're going to take the time to sit there and try to draw them down, and you're going to try to drag them down into your misery with you. Like, that's the part that just freaking irks me so bad. And I've seen so much of this week, or these past 2 months, especially ever since Starfield started launching. And then of course now with Forza and Spider-Man 2 coming up, that's the part of the community that I just sit back. And again, there are just times where I just play it off and I just go on about business. But today was not one of those days. I've just seen so much of it that it's crazy to me. I can't get with that mentality. And again, I can't get with the victimhood either for the people who do promote this stuff, but then something goes too far and it's, oh no, that's not what I really wanted. Too bad. Too bad. You were a part of that invitation to those types of people into this community. And again, it's the sole responsibility of the person who decides to do something crazy or to say something or whatever the case. It's a sole responsibility, but that doesn't mean you didn't have a part in creating an atmosphere where somebody actually felt comfortable enough to do this shit. That's the difference. So anyways, sorry, I didn't mean to start the show. I wasn't planning on it, but when you were talking about, just kind of hit me again. So thanks, chat, for listening to our rants, and thanks for listening again. I appreciate all of you. I'm going to shout you out here real quick, and we'll get into the actual show and start talking about some good stuff here that we got to talk about, because we got a lot to talk about. But again, I appreciate everybody here, because the majority of what Mav and I just said doesn't apply to the people that spend time with us. It really doesn't. I know from time to time people will dabble over there. People will, have friends over there that will entertain it. And, we find certain people funny and all that kind of stuff. I get all that. That's human. That's not what I'm talking about. So all of you here, thank you for being here. Thank you for being a part of this community, because if we didn't have this big positive bubble that we do have, this place would be a fucking hellhole, even more so than it already is. All right. Period. So thank you all. That's a good point,
man. Like building, like, our community, like, and I don't really want to say even building. I feel like the community finding us, right, and sticking around and liking what we do, and then like, showing up each and every week on multiple shows and all this stuff has created this like amazing atmosphere that the chat has created, and the community that comes around to our show, living split screen as well, and then Boom shows, a lot of the different shows from a lot of creators out there, and I see the same community and kind of float around, and then we've obviously developed people that may like this one more, may like this show more, whatever. It doesn't matter to me. What matters is that the atmosphere that it creates, right? Like, and we're all gamers at the end of the day, and at the end of the day, we all fucking love gaming, right?
Yes.
We all
that's what it should be.
Gaming. That's why
like, I'm not a Mr. Kumbaya. I'm not saying there can't be rivalries. I'm not stupid, Mav. Like, there's always going to be favoritism and bias and all that kind. There's always going to be good natured. I live in Minnesota. Obviously grew up Vikings fan, bleed purple. I was more of an NFL fan overall as I got older, because I played so much fantasy football that I just grew out of that and I enjoyed the entire NFL. But of course, Vikings Packers rivalry. I used to work with people from Wisconsin who were diehard Packers fans. Will we sit there on game, the game week when it was Packers Vikings? Will we sit there and give each other a hard time? Would I say, yeah, you got a quarterback who pops pills when Favre was fucking quarterback? Of course I did. That was good natured ribbing.
Yeah,
that can happen. That's not what it's about, but it's not the same as what we see a lot here. And that's the difference. It goes up and beyond that. And again, because we're in a public space, it's not a group of friends. It's not just your group of friends talking amongst each other on X in the DMs. When you're posting stuff publicly, you're inviting all these people, some of them who obviously do have massive issues outside in real life, but they find their way in. And they jump in and they can go up and beyond and be even more extreme than you and then try to top the next person. And that's what we wind up with as a nonstop kind of snowball avalanche effect of just bullshit. And it sucks. That's all. Sorry, I jumped in again. God, I could just talk about this stuff. And sir, you're right. It is a societal problem. I've talked about that previously. I was a part of other communities prior to jumping into the gaming community, and that's why I left them. So in general, social media has obviously enhanced that aspect. And now people do get clicks. People do get attention from acting or from being maybe who they really are as a negative person. Negativity, as we see in the news, pays the bills. Unfortunately, good news. Nobody wants to hear good news.
And also some of these guys actually, I think, are just miserable pieces of shit.
Oh,
I mean,
that's why I said they got massive problems in real life.
I mean, just to be able to actually think about wanting to spend the majority of your day as a negative person.
Oh,
like,
my
I
God,
mean,
bro,
and if you consist, everybody has a bad day, right?
Absolutely,
if you see
of
that
course.
one off from somebody, sometimes it's like, okay, you know what I mean? But like to consistently do that day in and day out for the sake of whatever you feel is your battle or whatever, like it's got to be fucking mentally exhausting, and it's got
feed off of energy demons. They feed off of it. They it's reverse. Like most of us really like good energy and like positivity and feed off of that. There's some people who legitimately just feed off negativity, man. They do. They think it's strange. It's sad, man. Yeah, it is. All right, folks.
Those people suck ass.
They do. Let's get on with the show. Let's talk about some good shit here. First of all, I want to shout out, Neon. You know what? I used to rant more. Like I said in the beginning, I don't know if you were listening. I know it's falling on deaf ears, and I know I'm not even speaking to the people that I'm speaking about, but I think it is on the minds and lips of a lot of people in this community who feel the same way as we do. Some people do speak out consistently on it. I used to when I first started podcasting. I used to speak directly to the console warriors and say, knock it off. I don't anymore because I do know it's a waste of time. And again, that's why I don't usually waste my energy. But there are moments where I think that it is good to get it off your chest and do talk about it, especially with the community here, so that everybody understands why you came here in the first place and why, like here on Fun Speculation, why Mav built this community. People come here because they know who we are, as Mav was saying earlier, and they feed on our positivity. And sometimes you do have to bring to light some of the nonsense that's going on out there to remind people that it's not all like this, that there are other places out there that are weighing down, in my opinion, what this community ultimately could be. And I think that maybe some other people, just like when I challenge people to, share out your Starfield gameplay or whatever game you're enjoying, during Starfield launch week, to fight against that, to continue to share it. And I saw more, and again, it has nothing to do with me, but I just saw more people sharing out Starfield screenshots and gameplay than I had seen on any other game in a long, long time. And it was great to see. Even with the negativity posts, it was still great to see. And that's one way we can, go about it. And that's something I tried to not only preach, but I actually do, like I said before, on my own, because I think it is important that we don't let that drown out the positivity. We're bigger, they're just louder, is what it comes down to at the end of the day. So Neon, I appreciate the opinion, and I do agree with you in a lot of ways that these people are a waste of time and none of them are ever going to change. That's who they are. And they've built their channels. They built their whole self here in social media, at least around it. So they're not going to change because their ego won't let them. So, but yeah, no, I appreciate all of you guys. Let me give shout outs. Sir, what's going on? Amit Kumar, Khalid Uganrame. What's going on, Khalid? Great to see you. Spooky, the brother. What's going on, Spooky? Great to see you, sir. OCDgamer is in here. Talos Re, what's going on? Biggie Butters is up in the house. What's going on, Biggie? The one, the only Game Pass dad, bringing laughs across the world. That's right. He's a man spreading positivity. What's going on, Game Pass? Jesse B's in the house. What's going on, Jesse B? FARK, what's going on, FARK? Who else we got in? We got Mitchy Pook 6. What's going on, Mitchy Pook? We got Understanding in here. What's going on? We got the Rockin' Trinity. What's going on, Trinity? Great to see you, sis, as always. Neon X, of course, as I was just talking to. What's going on? Poison Maniac. What's happening? It's Timmy. It's Timmy's up in here. What's going on? It's Timmy. Who else? Doom Reaper. What's going on, Doom? The Beer Baron, of course, jumping on in here. What's going on, Beer Baron? Who else? What do we? Oh, did I skip? No, I did not skip. Okay. I thought I'd skip somebody there. Sensei Matrix. What's going on, Sensei? Great to have you joining our show on a Thursday night. The Ghost Fixter's in the house. What's going on, Ghost Fixter? Risk it for the biscuit. The man from down under. What's going on, Risk It? Always great to see you, brother. Game Shark is up in here. What's going on, Game Shark? Who else? We got the beautiful Miss Caitlin. Again, fantastic thumbnail. Caitlin, always appreciate you, even though you hated my first title this morning, if Mav wasn't lying about that. No, anyways, Caitlin. Yeah, I still love you, Caitlin. Thank you. Who else? We got Sanchez MTZ Gaming. What's going on, Sanchez? We got the actually guy, lore master Jasper's in the house. Go check out all of his shipbuilding videos that he's got going on from Starfield. He's been doing some big numbers over there. The man knows how to build a ship. That's for damn sure. Lore master Jasper. Eastside Bando. What's going on, Eastside? Who else we got in here? Man, a lot of talking because, of course, we were ranting. Charlie Hustle, what's going on, Charlie? Talos Re, I think I already got you, but I'll shout you out again, brother. Always love to see your name in here. Talos Re. Def Leopard's in here. What's going on, Def? We got the Jax 82 with the $1.99 super chat. Mav, by the way, said we got to do better. Yeah, but we can only control what we can control, Jax, and that's ourselves. That's kind of what Neon was pointing to, and that's a fact. So we got to just continue to promote what we want to promote, which is the good stuff. So absolutely, Jax, we got to do better. The Hooded Canuck is up in here. What's going on, Hooded Canuck? I see you. Who else? Did I see a Spider? No, I did not see a Spider-Man yet. Spider-Man sometimes drops in here. Who else? Oh, we got Jeffin95. What's going on? Oh, Jet Fan. Excuse me. I called you Jeffin because that was two F's. Jet Fan 95. What's going on, Jet Fan? Great to see you. Speaking of former Green Bay Packer quarterback, sorry about Mr. Rogers going down so early. Who else? We got the one, the only 3-Bits in the house. What's going on? 3-Bit.
3-Bits here? Is he wearing his Versace hat tonight?
Whoa! Was he wearing Versace?
Yeah.
Was that what it was on FSP?
Yeah.
Or was it? Yeah.
FSP is wearing a Versace hat. I actually, for the fun of it, I actually searched up Versace hats just to see how much they were. And
yeah. Well, why didn't you just ask your wife? She could have told you.
Yeah, it's true. But I'll just say I'll pass.
I'll
pass on that.
First sign of a sweatband. Oh, Jesus. No. Yeah. Shout out to 3-Bit, though. We got Bandit in here. What's going on, Bandit? Great to see you, a part of our show. Who else? We've got why? Well, no, we don't. We got What Just Happened. We got What Just Happened up here. We almost said Why So Serious. I haven't seen why. Who else? Dun, 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 dun. You guys are amazing, by the way. The conversations in here. I could sit here all night and just read the comments from our rant there. Nate Dogg, what's going on, Nate Dogg? Andrew Cullinane is in the house. Ooh, we got the big stick in the house, everybody. That's right, the one, the only boss mod Lethal Papa is up in here. What's going on, Boss Mod? Great to see you. Thank you for jumping in here, sir. We got the defunct Jester. What's going on, defunct? We got the brother from another I Steal Rain in the house, who is absolutely loving Forza. Saturday morning, living split screen. I'm sure we're going to have a big conversation because Steel is absolutely loving this stuff. Who else? I think that's as far back as I can go. If I missed you, you know the drill. If you are lurking, same thing. Nothing but love and respect in here. Roshan Eppinger, I see you jumping in here. Big Mad Mo's in the house. I see you. Patman Jones. Look at all you guys jumping here. There's Spider-Man 356. I knew you would be lurking around here. Magnum Westward. What's going on? Great to see you. God Emperor Sofa King. Dion Hayes. Scott Free. What is going on? Great to see you as well. I don't know if he's ever, Scott, are you talking to me? Does anybody ever tell you that you look like Tom Sizemore? Hell no, I've not heard that one.
Tom Sizemore.
I'll take it as a compliment, man. The dude's famous.
Yeah.
Hey, he's an actor.
Great.
Tom's cool. Tom's good shit. So, no, nobody's ever told me that though. Donnie Skills, what's going on? We got Stay High FFF. What's going on? Stay High. Great to see you in here. We got the Captain Crunch in the house, one of my favorite cereals all time. We got Randy G jumping in here. Also dropped a $5 super chat. Great show, guys. Love the content. Do you have any recommendations for steering wheel setup on Forza? It's my first ever sim racer and first wheel. I don't, because I haven't had a racing wheel since PlayStation 2. I do everything on controller. We'll talk about it, but this new Forza is the first game that got me thinking about a steering wheel, Mav. Do you got any recommendations, Mav? Have you ever used one recently? Because I haven't.
First off, the resemblance is a little uncanny, I almost have to say.
That's well, I guess as he gets older, maybe.
Yeah.
He lost a little bit of weight. Because I was going to say the earlier photos, nothing like it. I mean, I guess I could see where you would say that.
Yeah. Look at this photo here. That's a little Ponzo-like.
Yeah, a little Ponzo. Okay. All right. I'll take it. Like I said, I'll take it.
Yeah,
that's good.
Nice. Yeah. So as far as racing wheel setups, it's funny you ask because I was literally looking at that the other day. I can't remember who it was, and it's gonna bug me, but some of the community, awesome person in the community, I'm sorry, I can't think of it, built a fucking racing setup out of a old desk that they found like laying in like a
I saw that
trash or something. He grabbed it and made it into a racing setup. So he's got the wheel mounted and all that stuff. And if you're here, I'm sorry. I couldn't remember off the top of my head who it was, but it was awesome. It's like that actually got me going on to, because I ain't doing that shit. But so it got me going on to Amazon and stuff and seeing how much are these setups, because like I was getting pretty excited for Forza. And you can find some for pretty inexpensive for like the frame and stuff. I know like the Logitech wheels are the most popular ones that seem to be
Expert. It was Expert.
Yes,
yep.
Expert.
Yep.
Thank you. The Logitech has a few different wheel setups and stuff, and those are some of the most popular. But if you look on Amazon, you'll see lots of different options for frames, and there's a range and price range all over the place. So I was checking out some reviews on some. Maybe end up pulling the trigger. The problem is like finding a great place for it here. With I'd have to move stuff around and stuff like that. But it's so good on controller that I'm just kind of like, maybe I'll pass at the same time. I would love to experience it, but it's like at the same time, it's like I don't know. Like
I know
how much we'll end up using it, right?
It's a serious commitment. It is.
Yeah.
And I know you can use it for pretty much everything right nowadays.
Yeah.
So it would probably, as far as racing goes, maybe you get used more, but that's my problem too, man.
Yeah. If I get it, I would want the full full pedals with the clutch. I would want the shifter.
I want Colt's setup that he got, right?
Yeah.
The chair and everything, right? That's so damn cool, bro. Like that's
I
so
see some that are fucking amazing, and it makes me jealous because I fucking want that, right? It'd be cool if if Elon can figure out, hey, let's put Forza Motorsport on the windshield, right, as a display, and then you can literally use the actual. You can just go out in your fucking driveway and just use the car, As
Cars
like
come with the car steering wheels come with Bluetooth and everything, right?
yeah, you know, you just like just go sit in your car
plug
in
it
the
in.
driveway and just
Yep.
fucking play Forza and use your car. That'd be amazing. But I don't know how it would make it work because you'd actually have to. It's not a stick shift first off, so like.
Right.
Yeah. Anyway, maybe
No,
they could have a little fake one. They could put it in.
Yeah, I was thinking. I was just thinking how great it would feel in this one specifically. Like I said, and we'll talk about it here because I think we should just jump right into Forza.
Let's get into Forza.
Let's get into it, man.
We have two super chats to get to though.
Yo, you got some more super chats? Great, yeah, because I must have missed some. Go ahead, grab them.
Jax82 with the $5 says, "I want both Xbox, PlayStation, and Nintendo to do well. Why are we bringing down one console over the other? Why say Game Pass is bad but PS Plus is great?" Yeah, well, I mean, there's fair comparisons to make, in my opinion, like that are about being a consumer and wanting more and asking for more. And any takes I usually have about PlayStation is actually driven from my wants as a consumer, right? So I feel like Game Pass is kicking PS Plus's ass in a lot of ways. There's people that love PS Plus and more power to you. As a consumer, I don't find it valuable to me whatsoever, right? I want Nintendo to do well too, but now my Nintendo criticisms have been about wanting a better hardware, not anything about the games, right? So, and I think we're gonna get that. I'm super excited for the next Switch to be announced because I'll be day one on that, and I'm gonna enjoy playing my games on my TV again, right, from Nintendo. So,
hopefully,
hopefully, so really looking forward to that. But yeah, I want all that. I agree. I want all three to succeed. It's a better industry when Xbox, PlayStation, and Nintendo are strong. 100%, and not just strong, but like when we get what we all personally want out of it too, and we may not always, right? But when you have criticisms or complaints or whatever, speak from what you want, not what you think somebody else shouldn't enjoy, right? What do you want to see from it? Not what issue you have that somebody else is enjoying that you think they should have no right to, right? And that's the main point there. Randy G with the $5 as well says, "Great show, guys. Love the content. Do you have?" Oh, you already read that one. I'm sorry. Do you have any recommendations? Set up.
Yep.
Okay.
Got that one. All right, I got the $2 one too earlier too as well.
Yeah, we are caught up. Oh, it's Spooky member for 9 months says,
"Spooky.
If you have Steam Brothers, check out RoboCop demo."
Yeah, I was thinking about that. I just got too much to play Spooky.
Yeah,
but I did seriously. I saw everybody throw up the demo, and I was like, damn, maybe I should download it. And I'm like, who am I fooling? I bought Wizardry and I only popped it on for like an hour. I still got Wizardry sitting here on the PC to play. So yeah, I'm going to definitely check out RoboCop at some point because again, nostalgia hits me. I don't care if it's just a dumb shooter. I don't care about any of that. It looks cool as hell. And I'll definitely check it out at some point. I just don't know if I'm gonna have time for the freaking demo.
Yeah.
So, all right, man. So let's do this. As the thumbnail said, guys, let's jump into the main topic of the evening. And that, is, of course, is early access Forza is here. Full launch next week on Tuesday. So we got thoughts. No spoilers because the spoilers already out there. You race. Okay. So we don't have to worry about spoilers.
You drive a car.
Right. But let's talk about Forza because obviously the thumbnail said Return of the King ? And so I think what we're going to do here, Mav, is first of all, I know both of us kind of gave our general thoughts on Forza in the beginning. So let's do this, Mav. We both played Forza. You probably are well over 5 hours now, right?
Oh yeah, my stream last night was 3 hours alone, so
that's what I thought. Yeah.
I probably maybe like 7 to 8, maybe. I don't know.
Okay, yeah, I'm probably just over 5. No, maybe I'm closer to 6, 7, maybe. I don't know. I haven't looked. But anyways, we played plenty here to kind of get good first impressions. And you guys heard a lot of that in the beginning opening. But Mav, I want to talk about this because of our thumbnail and Return of the King ? As it sits right now, and you still haven't fully played the game, did this new Forza in a total package, not talking about one specific thing or another, but as a total package is what you've experienced so far, did Turn 10 with 6 years since the last one do enough for you to confidently say that they are still on top with Forza as of this moment?
Yes, and in order, like the last couple days before Forza's early access came out, I actually was getting the itch for racing, so I was also going back and I was playing some GT7 as well.
Okay, fair enough. Yep.
Between Starfield and other things, I set it up. I was playing GT7 quite a bit the last few days off and on, and just to get my refresher in my memory, because like I knew that there's going to be a lot of comparisons as well, and I love Gran Turismo, right? So I wanted a fair comparison in my mind, and I didn't want it to be from something I kind of had put on the shelf several months back. I wanted, a fresh perspective on it, right? So the question is, did it deliver enough to be on top? And yes, they are they solely own the crown again for racing, simcade type racing games like this. Like it is, they've owned that for ever since they've existed, ever since they've put Forza Motorsport out. They came in with a competitor to Gran Turismo originally with the original Forza Motorsport. People fell in love with the brand. They've routinely put out games every other year, while Gran Turismo was taking forever to put out games. And then when Gran Turismo did, they didn't really advance things too much, right? But Forza felt like, okay, each evolution was like a step forward, not necessarily a leap, right?
Yep.
Was a step forward, and the game continuously got better and better. And then some other parts maybe worse in some respects, depending on what you're looking for, right? And then the last one we got, obviously, was Forza 7, Motorsport 7, which was honestly my least favorite out of all of them. I love every Forza Motorsport, even 7. But if I'm saying, like, I love all of these, and one of them has to be on the bottom, for me, that was Forza Motorsport 7. And it kind of hurt for me leaving Forza Motorsport off at that note, and then having to sit for 6 years waiting for the next game, right?
Right.
So now we're finally to this point. Forza Motorsport is finally here, and the question for me was going to be, was the time off, the 6 years, justified for what they delivered, right?
Sure. Yep.
This new engine, the all of this stuff, and I'll say 95% yes, right?
Okay.
In all the places that matter the most to me,
okay,
yes.
All right.
There's a couple things that I think need a little bit of tweaking or work or whatever that will get that to 100%, but like way in comparison to GT7, when did they take the crown again? Is this the return of the king? Yes, that aspect is 100%. Like there is like no doubt in my mind. Like there is no question. As a Gran Turismo lover, as somebody that likes the look of the game,
you killed off Forza, by the way. You remember?
I remember. Yeah, because I really
chose Gran Turismo over.
Yeah, back when we did our Kill It segments on Xbox, for the people that aren't aware, this was a fun segment, like joking type segment we did. We were all
jokes
forced to kill off a brand, and I, coming off of Forza 7 and wanting Gran Turismo 7 to be everything I wanted it to be. I just couldn't bring myself to kill Gran Turismo, and I couldn't bring it to myself to kill the other option, which was every other fucking racing game that exists. So I was like, if I had to choose right now, because at the time Gran Turismo was close to coming out, I was like, Forza, I guess, I've had my fun with it. But
oh my god.
Yeah. So, but like I said then, Pong, and now that Forza had clearly been the better racing game for the better part of ever since it's existed, right? In my opinion, ever since Forza Motorsport has put out a game, they have been the better racing game.
Since 2, for sure.
Since 2, for sure. Yeah. I feel like what they did with Motorsport advanced the game in all the ways that mattered the most to me.
Okay.
And that was with the actual driving and handling of the cars. Because that's one thing that has felt, similar, like with every Forza game, right?
It's gotten stale because it was so good. It got stale because they kept going back to it, right?
Yeah.
They didn't do they
it
didn't
was,
do a whole lot of upgrade. They tweak things, but they never did a massive upgrade because it was so damn good
and
for so long.
My question all along was, when I pick up this controller and I feel, because I'm so familiar with how Forza Motorsport feels, right? Yeah. Is it going to feel like every other Forza Motorsport? Which is nothing necessarily wrong with that, because it was already the best handling racing game, in my opinion, right? But were they going to push it forward? All this talk and all this kind of stuff that they had. And the second I felt the car, I was like, oh yeah, they've done it, right? The second I felt the car and I run around my first turn, and then had to brake at my first corner, and and then accelerate and feel it in my hands, and feel the weight of the car, and the grip of the tires, and all of these aspects, I was like, yes. Because at the end of the day, the thing I'm doing the most when I'm playing a game is I'm actually fucking playing it, right? And the action of having fun, most of the fun you have is actually behind the wheel of the car, right? And when I sat behind the wheel of the car and I'm sitting there driving, like, oh my God. And then on top of that, the view, like, I gotta give them props for the views that they have for the cars too. No, really, not a lot of people are talking about this. Have 2 different cockpit view options.
Correct. Yep.
Is amazing. To have the there's like 5 or 6 different car views, bro. And it's so detailed, and the interiors and all this stuff. Like, there's so much for me to love about what I've experienced with the game so far. There's certain aspects I haven't really gotten far enough to judge, like the career in the car leveling system, like that kind of stuff. I saw a lot of criticism in some of the reviews, right, on some of this stuff. And
we're talking about that for sure.
Yeah,
because
and for
that
me,
is one point.
For me, I'm like, I haven't played the game enough to where I'm using one car more than one event usually.
Correct. Yeah.
Right. So I haven't really ran into too many issues with that. And for me, I've actually enjoyed unlocking the stuff and then picking the parts that I want to do and seeing like how much performance you get out of that. And then sometimes I'll take some away and change some stuff up and tinkering. So I've had kind of some enjoyment with it. I understand the long-term concerns of that, right? I completely get it, especially for the people that just love to buy the game to tinker with their cars and that aspect, right? Like having to level it up first and all those things, right?
Well, let's talk while you're here. Let's just talk about this, because this is one of the biggest talking points around this game, and we knew it was going to be when we first started hearing about this.
Yeah, it's really
because we were in the DMs, and Steele, had his perspective, and he wasn't necessarily on board. Game Pass Dad had his perspective; he wasn't necessarily on board. And I still think that's kind of like you said, it was in the reviews. And I don't know if enough people have gotten far enough in the game, like you said, to have a full judgment, because I don't have a full judgment of it. But let me tell you where I do see the problems and what you were just talking about there real quick, and then I'll get your feedback on it too. It seems like because they tied it to the car specifically, and that very specific model individual car, not a group of cars, not a manufacturer, nothing like that. Because they tied it to that, it does punish the Forza veterans more so than most people. For the casual that's jumping in, again, we're going to talk about this because I do think that they put a lot of time and effort in making sure that, yes, while Forza still remains a simcade racer, I don't want to say it's a full sim, because otherwise we'll have the people all up in arms, because I know there's a lot more hardcore racing games out there. I get it. So we'll call it a simcade. Even though it's more on the sim side, to the casual audience, they did put a lot of effort to make sure that more people that want to jump in and try this Forza Motorsport, maybe because they saw so many people playing Horizon, that they gave them every opportunity to jump into this game and feel comfortable. That's without a doubt. But the fact is the veterans, the Forza veterans, even you and me, who may not be the biggest tinkerers in the world, but we definitely upgraded our vehicles and we definitely fooled around with that stuff. No, the, you know, Steel, Fuzzy, Dealer, you know, everybody who jumps in and really tweaks hardcore. Actually, Steel doesn't. He goes by other people's, he uses other people's builds. But the fact is, the people who really want to tinker, the people who have specific things that they like to do in Forza are held back. And I'll tell you personally where it's going to come into play for me. Right now, like you said, Mav, for me, it's not a big deal because I'm doing the cup racing. So I'm using a different car, right? As we go through the cups, you generally use one car. You work through that car, no big deal. You're on to the next cup. It's a different class. You're picking a new car. It's no big deal. But there's going to come a time and point where I start my Ferrari collection, because that's one of the things I do in Forzas. I'm a Ferrari fanatic, okay, along with Porsche, but definitely Ferrari. So with Forza and what they've done here, what Turn 10 has done, is that when I go to start collecting those Ferraris, it is going to get annoying to me that I got to level up every single one of those Ferraris in order to upgrade the parts. That's going to get annoying to me after a while. Not that I'm not going to enjoy driving them, but that I can't, you know, take my pista right out the gate and upgrade it the way that I want to upgrade it. That's going to be that's where I think I'm going to feel this more than I do so right now. And for the even bigger enthusiasts out there who like to jump in the Forza, get on, you know, jump in and start tinkering with the cars right away. Well, they can't do that. You've actually got to race the cars, even though they already know what they're doing. Like, I get Turn 10's vision here, Mav, to get to know your car. It becomes more personal with that one car. And there's certainly people out there who only drive 1, 2, 3 cars their entire time with Forza because those are the cars they fall in love with. And that's just what they do. And they don't really try any other cars. That's fine. I get that. But there is a large group of fans. Let's be real. This is more of a sim game than it is an arcade racer. That they've cultivated this fan base of tinkers, of people who do like to go into individual cars each and every time, a big garage full of cars, and mess with them and see what kind of performance they can get out of them. And all those people are going to have to spend the time to upgrade each one of those in order to do that. I think it should have been tied to your driver level, or it should have been tied to the manufacturers, which I know you're saying it's not affecting you right now.
Yeah.
But ultimately, do you see it affecting you, or do you see a different way they could have done it? Because I like the general purpose of it. But again, locking weight reduction behind level, whatever it is, 25 or whatever it is, seems stupid to me. It just seems stupid to me at the end of the day. If I want to go in and mess with the car, what do you think, Matt?
So, and like, I'm coming from this perspective, just from my personal taste and how I like to play, right? So I understand the concern about it, but so for me, like, okay, so this may sound crazy to people, but I wanted to get the early access, right? And
I know where you're going.
I wanted to get the early access, so in order to do that, I gotta get the VIP thing and all that shit, and I start out with 500,000 credits, and they gave me like 8 cars, and I'm like, cool, thanks. I didn't have to work for any of it. I appreciate it, but can I it's like almost like a way, like, and also the VIP thing, every race I do, I get extra credits and stuff, and I'm like, can I get less? Like, I want less credits. I want less cars because I want to focus more on one car at a time. I'm just that kind of gamer, right? So it's just like a me thing. I get nobody else is like this, right? So
I agree with you that I would have loved them to do a licensing thing, right? Just like GT. I would love to see a licensing thing come into play where you had to earn your way up to the next level of cars. That I agree with you.
Yeah,
right. That's ultimately what I would.
So for me, like, a dream is like, okay, you have enough money to buy one shitty car, and then you finally work your way up to be able to afford to buy another shitty car and all that kind of stuff, right? But that's just not the world we live in. That's not the way these games are made anymore. No games are like this since the first fucking Gran Turismo, right? So it is what it is. Okay. Now, what I've found for me personally, playing this, the itch I have, the rewarding like grind aspect that I'm missing from that, I'm finding in this car leveling system, right? I'm finding in the reward of going around the tracks and trying to do the practice runs, like doing the segments better.
Yes.
The overtaking. The game's making me a fucking better driver, bro.
Like, absolutely.
That's something else nobody's really talking about. Like, I'm a little aggressive at times, right? And if you watched the stream last night, you bound to see that as well. But like, unlike any other racing game, including Gran Turismo or Forza Motorsports before, this is actually training me and helping me to become a better racer. And it's become rewarding in that way. And it's also rewarding to get the level up on the car for me, because I get excited about that for the car. So what they were hoping to aim for, they've scratched that itch for me now, where that other stuff that I talked about is as less of a worry or concern or me thinking about it anymore, because I am actually getting that RPG grind aspect itch grinded out in the back of my brain, or whatever it is that's making me feel this way, through that system of having less and getting and growing with it, right? So it's a personal thing. I understand people's issues with it, and I understand why and stuff, but like, just personal taste for me, I'm really actually liking that system right now. Now, when I'm done racing and career events and all that kind of stuff, and I just want to like go tinker around with cars and all that kind of stuff, will it be annoying at that point? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. I would have to wait and see at that point, but maybe I'll enjoy investing in that car that I want to tinker with and upgrading it over time as well. It's too early to speak on for some of that for me, but I'll tell you right now, I'm super enjoying it. You know, like if they just did the blasphemous thing and really pissed off the community and only gave us one car and then barely any money in any way to earn it, then I would have been super happy, but that's not going to happen, right?
And you just got to control yourself, Mav. You don't have to spend the money. You don't have to use the cars, right? You can
it's sitting in there. In fact, actually, I want. This is so stupid that I did this, but like, there was like going into one of the events, and like there's all these cars to buy, and I'm looking, oh, like it was good, and I want that one, and I was like, but I already own this one. I don't want to buy another car right now to add to my collection because I already have too many. The game gave me so many right off the bat. So
I gotta go buy my favorites. I gotta go buy my favorites.
It was a super. I wasn't like really like upset about my choice, right? But they already gave me a super, so I went with the super, right?
Right.
And it's funny. Steele was in the chat. And he was like, "Oh, I went with the blah blah blah." I forget what car he had gone with in that stage, but I remember what he had said was the one I had wanted. But I didn't get it. Instead, I went with the super because I already owned it, right? And it's just that weird thing with the back of my brain. Like I want to work for this stuff, you know. I want to work for it.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
If I could give you my 1,000,000 credits that I have right now saved up, I would. I literally would.
But you've earned some of that, so why not spend some of it what you've earned?
Because I haven't had to buy any cars yet because they gave me.
But there's no car that you want to go, because like I bought the 300ZX twin turbo, right? I bought the Supra, the night. Bro,
I'm just going. I bought.
I'm not racing them, but I bought them to have in my showroom.
I forget which Mercedes it was. One of the older Mercedes, the black one, like it's like a
190.
I might
the one I was racing today, the 190. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a 190 with the big spoiler. With the big spoiler. Yeah, that's the 190. Yeah, that's the one I posted. Yeah,
I bought that one. I bought the Hyundai Veloster.
The Veloster. I used the one that
hatchback, or is that maybe? Oh, that is right. I had it. I didn't even buy it. You're right. Okay, so
the Veloster. Yeah, it was the Forza edition Veloster. Yeah, I bought that. I used that one.
I think a Mercedes, and I've only bought one other car so far, and it was just because I had to do the races. Yeah. Integra. Bought an Integra. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Like, and man, each car that I've had it felt so fucking different and amazing.
They all do. Yep. And the upgrades do too.
Yeah.
That's the other thing I didn't think they did really well. All right. I can't because I haven't played Gran Turismo since Sport, right, on PS4, I can't speak what GT7 is like, because I've listened to you, I've listened to Fuzzy, obviously, I've listened to plenty of people, I've watched plenty of gameplay. I get the idea, but I can't judge GT7 because I haven't had it in my hands, and car games are all about how it feels. I know how it looks, and I know that they did a better job on track than they have in the past, but it still didn't look up to par with Forza. It feels like
Gran Turismo Sport and every Gran Turismo before it. I mean, that's just okay. Gran Turismo, it like has its own feel. Like yes, I think the cars are floaty, right?
And they're not, and they don't feel fast,
and they don't feel heavy either. They feel light.
No, right? They feel light. Yeah,
they feel light, floaty, and they feel slow, right? But I still love it. I find it fun. I find Gran Turismo fun. I know some people think it's crazy, but I do.
Oh no, I like Gran Turismo too. I love the presentation, and that's kind of what I want, because I can't judge it that way, right? All I'm going to tell you is that for me, as of this moment, what I've experienced from motorsports so far, the driving, which again is the number one aspect to this game, is the driving. They have absolutely solidified themselves as king. Okay.
Yeah.
100% to me as of this point.
What we were talking about before, Pong, with like like baby steps for like the past iterations of Forza with the handling of car and stuff. That's still what Gran Turismo is. It was still that for handling, right? It was like felt, at the end of the day, they made some changes and tweaks and stuff. It still felt like Gran Turismo. This feels like a new Forza, right? Like
it does. It truly does, and that's why I say from that aspect they are still kings. From other aspects, I am going, and again, this is where I want to get I'm going to move the conversation in this direction because I want to get your thoughts on this. For the rest of the game, I'm going to say it's incomplete. And why I say it's incomplete is because I don't think this is a complete game. And I'm not doing that to slander. This is 2023. This game was built to be a platform. Okay. So before anybody in chat thinks that I'm out here slandering Forza, that's not the case. Obviously, I'm loving the hell out of it. But I do think that this is just the framework map, what we got here.
Yeah.
I'm a little surprised.
I would say Turn 10 would probably agree with you.
They may and they may not, because I don't know if there's some things that they're going to actually work on, or if they're just going to be that way.
Yeah, depending
that
on
I would like to see
that you have,
right, specifics, right? So I think this is the framework. I'm a little surprised after 6 years that it's just the framework, that we don't have a whole lot of sheetrock up, that we don't have a whole lot of electrical put in. I am a little surprised. I understand it because there's a lot of work to be done. But I am a little surprised here because I think the rest of the game here, Mav, and again, if you guys have different perspective, you guys got a different perspective. It's not a big deal. I totally get it. But I think from presentation, from car models, the new lighting system that they put in, the skyboxes, stuff like that, I think there's definitely some room for improvement there. I think that the car models themselves are hit or miss. It depends on the model. It almost feels like, Mav, you can tell what cars they took more time with versus other cars where they might have, and again, I don't have a problem with this whatsoever. This is what you do in iterations. It doesn't matter to me. They might have used older code, older stuff, older models for the cars and put them in there, spruce them up a little bit and said, yeah, there we go. Good enough. Again, 500 plus cars. It's a lot to work with. But I do think that Gran Turismo GT, just from a visual aspect, again, what I can actually judge by looking at it, still nails more of that presentation than Forza does. And we've had this conversation before, and this is the part that I've always said where Polyphony still has, maybe a rung or two up on the Turn 10 team, is the details in the car. Now, I will say Turn 10, interior wise, some of the materials are definitely improved for sure, but I still think that Gran Turismo still does hold some spots ahead. Now, again, in the grand scheme of things, when we're talking about a racing game, does that at the end of the day mean that, Forza is behind Gran Turismo? No, of course not. In the most important part, driving, I still think Forza would be king no matter what. Even if I play Gran Turismo 7, I can still tell you now that I played Forza Motorsport and what they've done to improve it. I don't think there's any way that Gran Turismo could race better than this game. I don't. I have no doubt in my mind. But I just think there's some things that need to be talked about here, because I don't know if it's a design choice with the colors and the lighting. And I know that actually, you know what? We do know it's a design choice because they talked about it. They talked about specifically that they're going for a more realistic look. But Mav, when I look at this game at certain times of the day, and I know other people have pointed this out, especially high noon, big sunlight, it really doesn't look like real daylight. It doesn't look like the cars reflect naturally the way they're supposed to, like even with ray tracing on, like it doesn't, it just comes off. The cars start to look a little bit, certain cars, not every car, but certain cars, that's why I said they're hit and miss, kind of do look more cartoonish than they do realistic. Am I off base with this? Because skybox wise, the cloud system that they got, this new cloud system, I don't think it looks more realistic than Forza 7. I think Forza 7 actually looks better. And I know I'm being crazy here, but I'm just saying, to me, while I'm looking at it, there's some weird stuff going on in the sky. And I've also, Mav, I got to say this too. Also, I've had some graphical glitches as well. I don't know if you've come across any, but I actually recorded some footage tonight before the show. I was going to send it into the Fun Speculation fam and ask you guys if you'd seen it, but I get some weird flickering shadows everywhere. And like some of it's like sometimes it'll be attached to the car, and it'll be like if I'm in behind the car mode, I'll see it on top of my roof.
Right.
Or I had this the video that I took tonight. It was all off to the side. It's like extremely distraction while you're driving. It's not like little, like, me, I don't notice stuff. This was like major, like shadows, like almost like there were active shadows flashing off to the side. I don't know if you've had any of that yet, but am I crazy in saying that I think the foundation, the framework's there, Mav, but there are some things. And again, it's a games as a service. It's a platform. This is something that's going to be around for a very long time. They're going to continue to expand it out. Again, the amount of cars, the amount of tracks, I'm not so concerned about that because I know they've already got a plan in place. This isn't Halo Infinite. They've got a roadmap. They're talking about at least one track per month and the group of cars each month as well. So that's going to all round out. And I expected that. But some of the other stuff, I'm just a little bit surprised by after 6 years.
Yeah. So let's get into this. So we do have a super chat real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Silent Cypher with $5 says, Mav, please don't bring up baby steps again. We're trying to forget baby steps. Oh, and good evening, gentlemen. What's up, Brian?
Yeah, baby steps. No, OCDgamer, I'm not going to be on Twitter saying GT7 better than Forza. No, I'm not going to do that.
All right, so first off, I'll say that Forza Motorsport is my favorite racing game ever made. This new Forza Motorsport. Right now, hands down, my favorite because it feels the best, right?
Yes, it does.
I would say 90% of it, like if are we going for comparison to GT7 right here for just who takes the visuals, or are we just like judging it based
I'm just judging it based. Well, I mean, I guess we are semi because I do think that GT7 car models and their lighting system, I didn't even touch on the replay, but I want to give kudos to turn 10 in their replay a little bit. So I left that kind of out of it because that's always been one of my biggest criticisms, has been the replay is nowhere near Gran Turismo. But I got it. I'll give some flowers to turn 10 there in a minute. But I think we kind of are, because I think not, again, the outside, like the trees and that kind of stuff. Now that's ahead of GT7 in my opinion, but the lighting, the car models, that kind of stuff still seems to lag behind GT7 in my opinion. Again, just from what I've seen visually.
So I've been, and like I said, I've been playing some GT7 in the lead up.
Yes, you have,
because I wanted it.
You could speak on it better. That's why
I wanted it fresh in my mind, and I haven't even talked about doing a stream where I might just kind of hop back and forth or whatever, and like if people can just judge for themselves or whatever, like, but I would say honestly, so now I gotta say one of my favorite things about Gran Turismo has always been their lighting and stuff, right? It kind of has this, like, I think Forza's always been more colorful, right? And GT has always kind of had more of like a toned down kind of like photo. You're muted, Pong.
I was just saying more muted. So, and I was muted. So yeah, more muted color palette. Yes.
Yeah, for sure. And it's kind of been slightly a little bit more realistic coloring scheme in the past for Gran Turismo, whereas like Forza seemed more colorful, and which I appreciated both games for what they brought to it, right? And I would say 90% of the time when I'm playing Forza, I feel like the game looks better with different times of day, with the different lighting, and I honestly, the car models in GT7, I do think they're really good, but sometimes they come across also dull, right? Okay. What I've noticed so far from Forza, there's more detail, where the things that have come across in GT7 for kind of dull, they're more fleshed out in Forza. Okay. Now, that may not be in every car, right? Like, I don't know. I can only speak to the cars that I've seen, and I've looked in the cockpit and the cockpit view and all this kind of stuff. Cockpit view, 100%, Forza Motorsport takes it. No doubt about it. If you're inside the fucking car, no matter what time of day it is, at all, Forza Motorsport is by far the best looking game. It could be fucking nighttime, daytime, it could be storming outside, it could be sunset, it could be morning, all that stuff. If you're in the cockpit with the way the lighting comes through the windshield,
it's beautiful. That's why I say cockpit view. Yeah,
and the thing is, there are certain times, right, in Forza Motorsport where there's so much light. And I had made this joke, and C Money actually was teasing me about it on Twitter. Like,
shout out to C Money and Doodle in the chat, by the way. Great to see you guys.
Like 90% of the time, it for me graphically and lighting wise as well, surpasses Gran Turismo, because I've seen some lighting and moments in Forza Motorsport that just take my breath away, and I'm like, oh my god, I've never seen that in a racing game before. That like setting and like the way that it changes and stuff and evolves throughout the course of a track, and the shadows moving, all these things, right? And I'm like, but there's that 10% of the time, right? Yeah. That like the sun is like right over your head, and if you look from the outside car view, right? Yeah. And you're watching your car, it's just like, you're just light, and it's the light everywhere and stuff. And it kind of washes things out, right? It kind of takes away some of that beauty. Now, to speak on the platform aspect, right?
Hold on, Talos. I know Marlon was doing the cloud thing too. I'm saying I noticed it too. It's just opinion, but I just noticed it too, Talos. But yeah, I saw Marlon's.
I've actually had the opposite on the cloud thing. Because I haven't honestly been really looking at the clouds until they caught my attention with the sun peeking through them at times and changes of day. And that's when I paid attention, and it was more of like, oh, wow, I need to look up at that, right? But like I haven't really like looked. So I can't really judge too much on the clouds other than like certain moments where I look up and just notice like a beautiful scene or whatever. But overall, I would say graphically the detail on the cars is better, and I would say most of the time the lighting's better. I would say that Gran Turismo has a more consistent lighting model.
Okay.
Where it's more like you know what to expect, right? Sometimes Forza catches you off guard with the lighting, and it's like, oh, I expected this to maybe look better here, and it didn't. And then other times it's like, oh my god, that's the most amazing thing ever. And I think a lot of it comes down to the lighting that they're implementing here with the ray tracing mechanics and the global illumination and all that kind of stuff that they're doing, because it's a completely different lighting model for them. And I think it's improved, most importantly, than anything else on the last Forza Motorsport games, right? Because at the end of the day, those were just a little bit too colorful, and they also like didn't really have as great of a change of scenery with the lighting, even though it's different times of days and all that kind of stuff. This really, it's like unbelievable the different scenes that are created in the tracks and environment from just racing these tracks at different times of day now. It completely changes everything. You could race on one track and it could feel like a completely different track based on the time of day right now. And it can maybe just be from afternoon to morning. You know what I mean? And that slight change is like so dramatic. And there's all these aspects. Now I feel like they built this lighting model with this new engine and all this tech for, like you said, this is a platform for the future. And I also think that just right now, the tech is so far with consoles and what they wanted to do that they're only able to do a certain amount of with it. And over time, I think it'll probably get better. But so that's generally the take. One other thing I got to say about it while we're on this. So I also did play on PC. Played on PC last night and some today.
I have not touched PC yet, so
I'm going to be playing this mostly on console now.
Okay.
The PC version, is great. It looks slightly better, maybe, but the Xbox Series X version is so fucking good comparatively to the PC version that I'm super happy just spending all my time on the Xbox. And I'll say that so far the Xbox Series X version has been more consistent than the PC version that I've been playing. So if you're a console guy and you like hate PCs and you are like feel like you need to get a high-end PC to play Forza Motorsport, the Xbox Series X version is right fucking there. I was surprised. You know how Starfield's like night and day for us, right? Didn't happen for Forza for me. Like Forza felt like
I saw some people claiming that it was.
But I thought it was gonna be. I saw people talking about it, and I played it. I have a 7900 XT. I was, I booted up. I'm like, okay, yeah, it looks great, but it looks. I would have to really pick apart to tell the difference between the console version and the PC version. So I think optimization was fantastic for them on console. I think maybe they could push it a little bit more on PC, and that's maybe.
I think they could clean it up a little bit on console, a little bit. So
I had 2 crashes too on PC. I had a crash. I had 2 crashes today, and it was in the same scenario when I'm getting when it's time to get my rewards after a race. It crashed for some reason. On PC. So that kind of sucked too. But besides that, like Xbox has been so far just a seamless kind of experience. Where you have some of those times where it's like little distracting and it's like, oh, that should have looked better there, right? But overall, I think 90% of the time it looks better than Gran Turismo.
Okay, all right. So. Maybe it's just me and chat's killing me.
No, it's not.
With the cloud,
it's not just you because I mean, here's this conversation. Came up quite a bit. So.
I don't know. Like I don't know what it again. Chat's killing me with the cloud thing. Yes, Cyber, I know I'm doing it wrong if I'm watching clouds while I'm racing, but here's the deal. Why I was looking at the skybox is because I thought that Turn 10 would use some of the tech from Playground in Horizon. And I think that, I don't know, again, maybe I'm crazy, but it wasn't that long ago that I played Horizon, but I got to say that the skybox tech that they used, which was a main talking point for Forza Horizon, those clouds there, look a lot better than what I see here. I sent Mab a picture, by the way, that I took of the clouds. They just look flat to me. Am I racing and watching the clouds? No, of course I'm not. I was just checking everything out as I was playing the game because I was really interested to see how it looked. And that was something I noticed. It's just that they looked flat to me at certain points. And I got these weird edges on some of the clouds with certain lighting, especially like sunset lighting. I would get this weird kind of edge to it. Now, Mav, are you playing in performance or performance ray tracing?
Performance ray tracing.
Okay. I turned the ray tracing off because I think the resolution gets a little bit better with just straight performance mode. And I kind of liked it better because whatever they're using, screen space reflections or whatever they're using are always been good in Forza anyways.
Which view do you race in, from outside the car or inside?
Both.
Okay, so like cockpit mode, you're gonna notice more of a difference with the ray tracing on.
Yes, because you can see your reflection in the windshield with your hands and the steering wheel and all that kind of stuff.
And you also get a kind of closer up view of the back of the cars and the reflections there as well. If you're driving from the like a top end perspective, I feel like it doesn't necessarily matter as much, right? But like that lighting from the cockpit view, bro, with that with that ray tracing on is insane.
Yeah, no, it looks fantastic. It's just that it's like I said, resolution wise, I think you get a bump a little bit because you don't have that ray tracing eating up so much. So I think that definitely sharpened some things when I did that. Again, maybe I'm just seeing things. Don't get me wrong. But mindset wise, I kind of like the performance mode straight up. Here's what I give my flowers. I said I was going to give flowers to turn 10, and this was for the replay mode. Again, as I stated many times, Gran Turismo kills it with the replay mode. When Fuzzy posts his YouTube videos of Gran Turismo, bro, there are times where I legit thought that he was posting like racing game, like from TV. Like I thought that that's legit. And I've always said that Turn 10 has had some weird camera angles and have never grabbed the right kind of vision for replays. Whereas Gran Turismo, I always thought just pretty much straight up copied what you'd see watching any type of racing on TV. They captured those same camera angles, and I thought they did an amazing job with it. I'm going to give some flowers here. Turn 10 has stepped up their replay game immensely. I now have been watching replays more because I'm enjoying them more. Some of their camera angles, I took some that I haven't posted yet of my last race before the show. Some of their camera angles with hills and corners are immaculate. They are absolutely perfect. They give you the sense that you're watching real life racing. And that's what I want in the replay mode from this type of game. And Turn 10, you guys did it. Is it perfect? No, it's not perfect. I still think there's moments, but a lot of them are just absolutely phenomenal. And so I got to give their flowers on the replay mode. I know not everybody spends their time in there, but I do like to watch certain spots on a track where something happened, or I think I can do something a little bit better while I'm racing. Again, I don't race hardcore. That's Steel. Steel just posted a video where he's racing at level 6, simulation, manual. I don't do all that. Like I got limited assists on. I do I'm at level 4. I think I'm going to bump it to level 5 because I think I'm pretty comfortable at level 4. But I don't do all that. But I still do like to learn some things. Like Mav said, it does, especially this one, for sure, wants to make you a better driver. So I think that's something in particular that I want to point out that Turn 10 definitely worked on, that I can tell they've worked on. It looks awesome. The replays are great. AI, Mav.
Yeah.
AI. We are no longer, for anybody, there's been a lot of confusion out in the community about this. Mav's tweet didn't help. But anyways, they no longer use the drive avatars, by the way, folks. They no longer use your friends list actual driving in the game to simulate the AI. Okay. This is all machine learning now. So this is when you see Mav on the road, it has nothing to do with how Mav drives in his game, right? Okay. Anymore. That drive avatar system is gone. It is all this. How has I'll give my opinion. I'll go to you, Mav. So the AI in this game, and they said it's going to get better over time. That's part of machine learning. Okay. I can't wait to see. The AI definitely has improvements for sure. I think there are some areas flat out racing when it is 1-on-2 or, something like that, where you're coming up on 2 lead cars. The racing gets extremely intense very quickly, depending on your car, of course, and depending on the situation. But the AI is very good at keeping momentum through the corners and making sure that they're taking good routes. I have a little critique here. The AI in traffic seems worse than it did in Forza 7. The early groupings around the corners are always going to
2 turns.
Yeah, they're going to be messy. But in this, I think the AI does a worse job of it. They bunch up a whole lot more than they ever did in Forza 7 to me. And I will say this, in the corners, the AI has an annoying braking deal that it does. I don't know if you've noticed this, Mav, but even if it's you and you're coming up to the leader or whatever else, they will have the perfect angle in the corner. They will be at the right speed. They will be taking the corner properly. But if you come up on them too fast, it's almost like the AI is kind of figuring out how it wants to react, because they'll give way to you if you get the advantage on a corner. They'll give way to you sometimes, but if you come up to them right on their bumper and you come up to them, they will tap their brakes on you.
Yeah,
and it's not like a small tap. They will lay on the brakes sometimes and cause a collision. And that freaking annoys the hell out of me, because they got the perfect corner. They're entering perfectly. They got the right speed. In fact, they're probably going a little too slow, but they're going to keep a nice tight corner. You can see it. And then yet they still tap their brakes when you come up. And it's like, yo, I was trying to swing wide on you. I was about to just kind of ride you through this corner and then come up on the straightaway and catch you down that drafting. And they make you collide. And sometimes you get a penalty. Sometimes you don't. Penalty system actually works pretty well. It's pretty forgiving. You can be aggressive.
Yeah.
You can't be overly aggressive, but you can be aggressive. You can learn pick your spots. I think the penalty system is also kudos to Turn 10. Whatever they did there, I love it. I think it's very cool. So what do you think about the AI though, overall, man?
Honestly, I feel like the AI has been kind of have the opposite feeling. Like the AI has been like a massive improvement for me. Like
hard OCDgamer.
Yeah. And I honestly feel like I've noticed them doing a lot more things in reaction to me. As opposed to beforehand, it just felt like they were there on the track or obstacles, right? I've noticed the variety in driving styles more as well. And also the tendency for certain cars, like when you get in a racing event, right? And you'll see like the names of like all your friends list and stuff populate the cars and stuff. And I still love that. I know it's not the not the actual information from the AI or whatever that's causing that to populate from their actual like driving mechanics and stuff. But like the you get to have those certain people and you see them consistently like placing certain spots within the events, and you notice that they're actually not just like have a better car, right? But actually like racing better than some of the other people, right? And it seems like a way more of a diverse system with the AI. As far as going into the early corners and stuff, I haven't really noticed a difference too much with with that. And for me, it's just like the same kind of like shit can of metal that you're always going to roll into in the first couple
I used to be able to get through it better, Mav. I used to get them. They used to open up some lanes and kind of now it's like if you start at the back, you got some issues getting up, to the openings and like the 8 spot, 7 spot. You get problems for the first like 2 laps, and if you're only running 3 laps, it gets tough, man. So let me tell you.
Part of it's interesting for me because I'm playing it in a different way than I used to, because I know the game is going to give me a penalty time if I just ram straight into them. So like what I would used to do in Forza is the first turn, I wouldn't slow down at all. I would just fucking
use them as bumpers.
Slide into them and send all those fuckers flying into the wall and say, "Thanks, guys. Have a nice day. I'm taking the corner now." So playing it differently now, because that's what I'm talking about. Like games making me a better racer. I'm more trying to find the pathways, trying to like slow down when I need to, speed up, like and all those kind of things. And I felt like I have noticed when I'm in cockpit mode, I'm finding easier time finding those pathways, right? Than when I'm like in the overhead view, and then I kind of more bang back and forth, pause. But yeah, cockpit mode, I haven't really had an issue with that. AI, I think, is more fun to race against overall.
Yes, 100%. Yeah, absolutely. Especially like I said, when you get out of the bunch and you start position by position, like I said, around 8, 7 usually, when you got to start working those positions, they can be challenging, man. They're pretty damn good on some of the core. And again, this is at level 4 for me. So again, I definitely think they improve the AI. There's just a couple things in no Cyber. The braking thing is not while I'm watching the clouds. Okay.
Yeah. This last race I did was a great example. Like I was racing and I was in 4th place. Right. And I was making good progress. and I was able to overtake 2 cars at once, going into the last lap to get second, and I was getting good speed on the first place guy too. I still had some ground to cover, right? But so then there was a third and fourth place car behind me, the 2 guys I just passed, right?
Yep.
Well, I ended up taking one corner a little too wide, you know, and ended up having to slow down too much a little bit. I didn't go into the dirt or anything, but ended up having to slow down a little bit. And then the 3 car ended up passing me on the inside, right? And because he wasn't bunched in with the other car anymore.
Yep.
He was just fucking gone, dude. Like he was gone. Yeah. And I was like, okay, shit. Like I was trying to, like, I got a whole lap. I can catch this guy, you know? But he ran it clean, ran it great. He took advantage of the opportunity to pass me up when I made my slight mistake. And then he was just gone. In the past, I feel like that same scenario would have never played out that same way. Like I feel like once I made that pass, like, even with them coming, taking a turn too wide or whatever, like I just would be able to just like kind of get back in front or whatever. But like the way he took that corner to avoid me, to get around me as I was trying to get back, you know, in front of him, like it never happened before with the past Forza games. And he took advantage of it too. Like he was just gone. I couldn't get a draft, nothing. Like, so it's really interesting, like the way the AI is, and a lot of variety, man. A lot of variety with the AI. It feels almost like that it's based on real people racing. You know what I mean?
Well, and that's what they said they wanted, right? Yeah. Because they're no longer doing the cheating, right? They're no longer doing the banding or anything like that to give that lead. Like it's legit. It's racing better lines now. Like it's a legit race now.
I feel more like I've always appreciated like knowing that they're based on like for people on your friends list, just because like
yeah, of course.
I made the post and like all these guys were on the very bottom of the 24 player race or whatever, you know, joking around about them, you know, but like just seeing the names and knowing that that's their names is still fun. But like the way that the cars are driving is like is more fun because they feel like they're reacting and playing like real players, right? Which is different for me for Forza, which I think is one of the reasons why it's so fun to race.
Yeah, no, it is. It makes for great racing, and that's why I've had such a great time taking screenshots and video in going back through the replays, because there has been some really great moments already that I've been enjoying. And I think that is a difference from Forza 7. Again, it's hats off. I mean, for all the small criticisms I have here, again, I understand that this is a games as a service. I understand this is a platform. We are in 2023. I'm no dummy anymore. This is kind of the status quo now for a lot of games. And I understand what Turn 10's going for here, and the base that they have is the best base they've ever had for this game. And I do believe this game is going to build out and continuously improve. And I think what we see and their plans with having different events each week, like Horizon, this game's going to be installed in my hard drive for a long, like Starfield. It's probably not going to disappear because the way they update, I can see myself going back, even if I'm not playing Forza like daily, I see myself a year, 2 years from now, jumping back into Forza and running some races and having a great time. This game feels so good. The racing itself, the driving feels so damn polished and so perfect. Again, the step up is huge. I can't wait to see what else Turn 10 does here. And I can't wait to see what else they build out. So again, I think overall, Mav, you know, we can say that given time, that this is going to be the king of racing forever. Like there is no doubt about Turn 10's absolute commitment to excellence when it comes to driving, which is again the most important part. Everything that I said about the other parts of the game at the end of the day don't mean shit, because like Cyber said, you're not staring at clouds while you're racing. Nope, I'm not. Just noticed it, but I'm not. At the end of the day, I'm actually watching what my car is doing and seeing if it feels like I'm really driving as much as it possibly can with a controller in my hand. And this Forza Motorsport is doing it better than any other race game, as Mav said in his speech, ever before, by far, bar none.
And not even a close second, in my opinion.
It's not even close. And again, no, have I played every sim racer out there? No. And I'm sure there's some hardcore sim guys who are going to correct me and say, oh, no, you want real racing. I understand all of that, but I've played a set of courses. I played those types of games. This feels the best driving I've ever had in my hands before. And again, I love it. I love every minute in this game. Forza is crushing it. Again, scores be damned. All the things that people want, the reviewers out there, whatever's happening right now with reviewers is going to happen. It is what it is. Judge for yourself. But I think that this is on its way to being a masterpiece racing game. The driving already is the masterpiece. I will say that for me personally, how I like to race, this is a masterpiece game right here from the driving aspect. 100%.
Yeah. 100%. Yep. I can't wait to experience. I feel like I'm still scratching the surface on this game, though. Like,
yeah, we don't even have that much time.
Many more tracks and races to do, and
cars, how they feel,
and and drive, and then the multiplayer aspects, and like, there's going to be weekly content put out for this thing, like for race events and stuff, and there's going to be monthly things that are going to be dropping in this game for years. For years, this game is going to be supported. And this is really the start of the future for Forza Motorsport. And I think what they're going to do is listen to feedback and from the hardest core of the players and from the loudest, and to take a lot of that and to stride and then and make some changes and tweaks here and there. But this is really like hit the ground running for me with all the things that matter the most, and like with fidelity, with the feel of the cars, with the tracks, the way the tracks are freaking gorgeous, like most of the time too. Like I gotta
what's your favorite track so far, Mev? Do you have one?
Geez, probably Maple Valley still.
Okay.
Maple Valley has always been my favorite. I used to hot lap that track just over and over and over again, like back in the day. Like I just couldn't get enough of it. I love the way it's set up with where the turns are positioned. I love the look of it, the fall like environment aspect with the trees and stuff like that. And dude, certain times of day if you're playing Maple Valley, it's like, oh my god. Like it's seeing it in a way it's never been before. But the other thing that feels different that I don't feel like is also really talked about is like the tracks are like wider.
Yes.
Right. Which has been kind of a issue I've had with past Forza Motorsport games, is like it kind of took some of the realism away. Like seeing like it just seemed too narrow at times. Right. Like, and this feels like more of like ratio wise car to track, especially when you're in cockpit mode, like super on point, like nailed the ratio for all of that stuff. And freaking loving that aspect too, because you feel like you got more room to make maneuvers and to brake and all that kind of stuff. It adds to the fun of the driving.
It does. It does add to the possibilities, and it does add to the racing overall, because there are more lines to actually choose from. Even if you screw up your line, you have a better chance of recovering, which is fantastic, because that's real racing too. You could screw up a line and then come back from it. So I think that definitely adds to the flavor, and definitely adds to it for sure. I think Lime Rock right now, and Lime Rock and probably Silverstone are my two favorites right now. Lime Rock, and the way that they've got their S-curve set up, and that you can just rip through them and hit the straightaway, feels so damn good. And I was just racing on Silverstone prior to the show, and I gotta say the hills in that into the curves are absolutely the chef's kiss, especially in that Mercedes 190. My God. I was just letting the back end just slide right out and powering around. And it's just, oh God, it felt so good. So, but of course, Maple Valley and stuff, just from an aesthetic standpoint, Maple Valley is absolutely drop dead gorgeous. It's so much fun racing through there. So, but yeah, overall, Forza is on its way. It is a special game. Hats off again, another win for Xbox first party, from one of their most popular, maybe their best studio overall in terms of quality. We'll see. Playground's right on their heels, obviously, with the Horizons that they've released, and obviously some people would throw in Coalition and all that kind of stuff. But I think that really Turn 10 knocked it out of the park. They really did. They built the framework of what's going to be a long-standing game, and I think that's actually a pretty good transition here, Matt, because we've been talking about this and Sony and what's happening over at Sony, obviously with Jim Ryan retiring and his emphasis on games as a service, Mav. And we had this big conversation about, you know, how much more expertise Xbox has in making these multiplayer games, these games of a service that live on, and it's shining through right now. Because even if you listen to Todd speaking, Starfield has been built that way too, Mav, right? Starfield, you know, Todd's talking about supporting for at least 5 years, right?
That's a thing you can count on with the Xbox too.
Right.
I mean, do you think
that's what I'm saying?
Do you think that Xbox was like, hey, we're going to help support that? I mean, like, I feel like there's more confidence that they can have with these plans because they're behind their games. Like, even games that have not lived up to potential or whatever, they still support them and try and turn them into something good. It's like standing behind your product, right? And
it is.
Like Starfield is came out with that plan as well, so we get to look forward to that. They already told us about that for Forza, that there's no plans for a sequel. This is going to be a game that we support. It's going to be like a platform for us, games as a service, whatever you want to call it. If they say that regarding Xbox, you can have faith in the long-term aspects of it, right? So I'm super pumped for the future of Forza Motorsport because I know eventually we'll get graphical updates. Eventually we'll get more tracks. We'll get more cars. We'll get other features. If there's a new console that comes out, you may get updates for that too. Like who knows, man? It's like the sky's the limit with what they're gonna do and push with the tech. I fucking love it.
And I've always said that I had this vision. I said this 2.5 years ago that Forza itself just becomes a hub world that they use more, and that eventually Horizon gets integrated and you can drive between the two. That's what I eventually see, like to the point where you can drive between the two. So 1 minute you could be sim racing on track, and the next minute you take a short jaunt, or maybe it's a fast travel or whatever, and all of a sudden you're in Forza Horizon and you can go play in the playground, right? You can go play in the sandbox that is Forza Horizon. I think that eventually that's the chance, but I think overall, Mav, it does speak to the fact that Xbox and Bethesda themselves, I think, kind of stumbled upon this. They learned with Fallout and with Elder Scrolls how long people play. Todd's talked about this. Their games live on with mods and all this kind of stuff, and people continuously go back to them. But now that they're underneath Xbox, it's like the perfect scenario. We don't think of single player games in that way, but Bethesda games are different. But the fact is that Xbox is way ahead of Sony in that department, in player engagement for their games. They are so far ahead that we've seen Sony get desperate. I will call it desperation. And that's why Jim went and bought Bungie, right, Mav? Jim went out and acquired Bungie to help them make these games that they don't know how to make because their single player games don't live on. And that's a problem for Sony. And bring this up, Mav. This is current week topic here. Let's bring this up. We kind of already knew this. We speculated on it. Steele and I have had plenty of conversations in the living split screen because this is the game that Steele wanted from Sony forever. And that's Factions, Mav. Factions was supposed to be out with Last of Us Part 2. We know how that went. We don't need to go through the history. But, Mav, it came out this week that Hush Hush, Naughty Dog laid off a bunch of its QA. And they also, Anders Howard, principal monetization designer who joined Naughty Dog just under a year ago, to work on the multiplayer factions project, has left the studio. He was the guy who worked at Epic Games and helped design the core of Fortnite's battle pass and progression systems. Under a year. So we could say we see a lot of contractual people move all way. We've seen that obviously with 343 and others. We see that turnover all the time. This dude was there for less than a year. All of a sudden we get all this news about factions, and word is not from my favorite website, or not my favorite website, but whatever. They broke it this week, so I'll name them. Kotaku said that according to their sources, it's on ice, Mav. So another pet project started under Jim. This is one of Jim's green lights. Again, we talked about this last week, right, Mav? What do we give Jim credit for? What is his legacy? We talked about it. It's incomplete to both of us because we got to wait to see how these games as a service games turn out, how these acquisitions turn out. But we know for a fact that Factions would have been one that he greenlit, that he changed potentially, or talked to Naughty Dog about not putting it in, bundling it with Last of Us Part 2, but making it a separate, we need games as a service. Hey, Naughty Dog, you got that Factions thing. Let's turn that into one of our big games as a service projects. We've already seen 2-3 cancellations, Matt. Is this another one for them? Like, this isn't looking good, Mav.
It's on ice, man. It's on ice. It's cold as shit. It's there is don't count on that anytime soon. Remember all the hoopla that happened 2 years ago from or last year, whenever it was, for a piece of concept art, right? It was already a year late then, right? I mean, like, imagine, I saw somebody, I don't remember who posted this, like, imagine, like, Halo launched without multiplayer, and, like, said it was coming later, and then just never showed up, and then now this would, and now that happens, right?
Not quite the same level because Halo...
No.
But yes, I understand where you're going. Yes,
it was a promised mode in a game, right?
Yes, correct.
Then it was like not available at launch, and then okay, cool, we'll wait. I got a tip for PlayStation here. Make a multiplayer game that's good first, and then try and go huge with games of service, right? Baby steps. Baby steps. What's a great first-party PlayStation game? I will fucking wait. What name? Can anybody name one? Now you can say Destiny now because of Bungie that they just acquired, right?
Foam Stars coming up.
Square.
Published by, but yeah. That's right.
Yep.
Yeah.
PlayStation ain't making that shit. They paid for it. They had to get somebody.
That's
they had
true.
to pay somebody
That's
else
true.
to make a fucking multiplayer game.
Yeah. Yeah. No.
Somebody that's had some success with multiplayer before.
Oh, Destruction All Stars.
Flop. They tried to charge $70 for that originally.
They were going to.
And
they
then
were
it was
going
like,
to.
oops, we better put this in PlayStation Plus forever and give it discount.
It still didn't work. It still didn't work.
Yeah. Could you imagine if they actually stuck with that? I mean, it literally was for sale for $70. Like if you bought it outside of PlayStation Plus. Right?
Was it? I thought they dropped the price before it ever launched.
Maybe.
I thought that decision was made early. It doesn't matter at the end of the day because it was terrible.
I know
it failed.
I know when it left PlayStation Plus, it was $20. I don't know for sure, like what it was around that time. Anyway, I could be wrong. However,
Babylon's Fall. Yeah, there you go, Beer Baron.
That's that one was a that one wasn't first party. That was Square. So if I'm gonna not give them credit for Foam Stars, I can't give them back credit for Babylon's Fall or Godfall, right?
Godfall was multiplayer. Godfall was actually good.
Yeah, I liked it. They didn't.
Godfall was cool
they
shit.
Didn't fucking play it.
Yeah,
like,
no.
Honestly,
That's that. Yeah,
and the Godfall was a fun time, but it didn't really have legs. You know what I mean?
No.
I mean, it was like, okay.
The DLC was good, but...
Yeah. I mean, we were done with it in like 15, 20 hours or whatever, right?
Well, Steele and I went through and beat the whole damn thing. So, and played part of the DLC as well. So, I've got probably 40 to 50, 60 hours in that game, but yeah.
Maybe I have more because I know I played through the campaign with you guys and beat it.
Did you finish it with us?
I'm pretty sure.
I think you dropped off before we did.
Maybe
I don't remember.
Off.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Yeah. At the end of the day, your point is well taken, Mav, and it's a point that's been made.
It's like, just make it.
Yes.
They could have just put a regular factions mode in fucking Last of Us, and everybody would have been happy. And they could have built it from there. Create a success and then build it. Don't go for like these other crazy pipe dreams that you have of we're going to be like Xbox and have monetization out the ass because we have all these ongoing games. There's a reason Xbox supports these games and tries to make them successful because they know if they will create recurring revenue for them. They're not just dropping this shit and like going to give up on all these things that they have a chance to make money. You know, they're still making money years later on games that they were flops originally 2 years or 3 years ago. Like, that's just the way it goes, right? That's why they support these things. Some of these companies don't have the fucking guts to stick through it. If it struggles at the gate, they're like, oh, well, I guess that wasn't worth it. We're just going to back out now. We're going to kill the servers, kill the fucking game. No more multiplayer for you, whatever. And some companies do that. You know, EA does it. You know, they've done it multiple times before. You see Square's done it numerous times before. All these different scenarios. Now, do we have faith in PlayStation to do that in one of these big swings that they're trying to take? That's why I'm saying start with just something solid in a foundation and then build it, man. But you going and swinging for the fences with all of these things, and now you see what happened with factions, and you see Bungie has these layoffs too now, and this controversy going on inside their studio. And there's all these other things. It's like, what the hell's happening? Like, what the hell's happening? And now I gotta admit, this is also an industry-wide thing. It seems like kind of a
we're at a tipping point for
games as a service. It seems like everybody's realizing this is maybe not going to be our way forward, right?
Yeah, Sega just killed hyenas.
Yeah, and I feel like PlayStation may be having a come to reality moment as well with them, and you know, Gems on the Outs. Maybe because of part of that. It's just weird to see them in this state. I feel like Spider-Man 2 is going to be a great game. Everybody's going to love it.
It is.
And then like, you know, they have more third-party exclusives bought up. You know, I'm excited for Helldivers 2. Maybe Helldivers 2 will be that starting point.
Yeah.
Right? It's
not a full price game.
Not a full price game. Smaller game. It's coming out on PC day and date. It's
correct.
Also going on PlayStation. Could this, hopefully it has success. If it does, hopefully they see a model there that they can learn from, right? Because like there's not a lot else. I mean, other than that, it's like, what are they doing? You know, like where's if you want to go into multiplayer, that's great. I understand. I think they should need to have multiplayer shit. But like what they did with factions was stupid. They pulled a Ubisoft.
Amit just shout out to Amit. Says even Nintendo has multiple successful live service games. Exactly, Amit. That's to Mav's point. What did they do?
Can you believe
they took
Nintendo
they started small.
Service better than PlayStation?
Well, no, because they don't even talk because they don't talk about it. But Mario Kart and Splatoon are both games as a service.
Yeah,
those are both live service games.
Yep,
they don't talk about it.
Money.
Right. They don't promote them. But what did they do? They took a big franchise in Mario Kart and just quietly said, what was it? Mario Kart. What is it? 8? Is that what it is, man? I can't remember.
Yep.
Mario Kart 8. They took Mario Kart 8. It blew up again. And then they quietly just started adding expansions and DLC to it and just quietly kept it alive.
Yeah. And it's been here ever since the Switch
Splatoon started small. Yeah. Yes, of course, it was Nintendo, so it got hype, but it started out as a small game. They made sure that it was polished. Again, no matter what I think of it personally, doesn't matter. They made sure the game was hella polished. So when it dropped into these Nintendo fans' hands, even though that's not the classic Nintendo type game that most Nintendo players play, right? Online, shooter. I mean, we'll call it a shooter. We know what it is, but whatever. It's a shooter. Dropped it in their laps. Everybody went crazy for Splatoon. Nintendo just quietly goes, oh, yeah, Here's some new DLC for it. Here's a new expansion for it. Just keeps it going and builds it out. That's what Mav is saying here, Sony. For all Jim, Herman Hulse, whoever's listening right now, listen up. Make sure that you have a successful game first. The feeling here, Mav, and this is, I'm going to throw this in here and get your thought on it. Is Sony Corp so risk adverse right now, though, Mav? Are they willing to wait for a game to build out like we've seen with Xbox, with Sea of Thieves, with Grounded? Are they willing to do that? Or did Jim look over at Sony Corp and go, no, we got to come out with games as a service so big they can't fail, right? We've got to have these big, massive games right out the gate. We can't be putzing around. That's why they saw them cancel the games that they thought weren't living up to expectations. That's why they brought Bungie in to take a look at everybody's games as a service and give the green light or give the thumbs down. Is that why? Because they're so risk adverse, something we've talked about, man. We've seen them drop other projects and other games when they fail. Days Gone, everybody sold whatever it was, 6 million, 7 million copies. Great debut. Would not let Ben Studios go back to that.
Travesty.
Is that the new Sony? Right?
Yeah. I mean, we also know what happened with the Knights of the Old Republic that came out. You know what I mean? Like, wasn't fitting their type of game, kind of maybe, and that's
smoke.
So all of these things, you know, they kind of paint this picture of like, yeah, we need this to be this certain way, and we're afraid to step outside the box. But then, meanwhile, I feel like Jim was trying to step outside the box and push things, but then maybe Sony's just like, no, we're not all about that because we don't like betting on things. Now, what are they? We're gonna see like Jim's legacy eventually pan out one way or another. Right now, it's all we have is, you know, stuff that other people did for PlayStation, except his price increases and, you know, stuff like that. But eventually, we'll be able to judge some of these games. But you know, it's just hard to feel the excitement right now for the games that they have announced. You know, I don't see any guys talking about Concord or Fair Games or anything like that.
No, because they don't know what they are. Their new IP. That was the thing with factions. That's why Steel was so.
They had that.
That's what I'm saying. That's why Steel was so adamant about this. Bring this game out because it might have been a small core base, but they already had a core base.
That you sold it as part of your game.
But take that even out of the equation because it is what it is. That was a business decision. But Matt, the point being is that was your best shot at a successful franchise, and you let a third party who you hired to be QA come in and nix a project that had been years in the making already, untold amounts of money. And that's fine. That's why you spent $3 billion on Bungie, was to be that person. But at the end of the day, that was your best shot because it was a known IP. It was a known quantity that you could have developed, even if it didn't start out as the biggest thing or the hottest thing. People knew what Factions was because it was attached to The Last of Us. Sorry, I didn't mean to step on you, but I'm just saying that was your best shot and they killed it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I feel like they tried to go too big with it at first, right? I mean, they tried to do too much. Like, I think, honestly, like, just, they could have, you can have a successful multiplayer game and add on to it. Who knows? Like, who would have thought, you know, in this day and age with the internet, you can actually update games and add on and turn them into monsters. You know what I mean? And we've seen that time and time again. And like trying to do what they did with Factions was just a dumb way of going about it when you could have just delivered people what they were looking forward to in the first place, which was more of what you already gave them with the first Factions, except a little bit better, and then grow from there. And it's just kind of like the reason I said they pulled a Ubisoft is because Ubisoft is known for doing this kind of thing. Like hey, we're going to build this thing, we're going to chase this idea, and then we're going to tinker around with it, and eventually it'll never come out, right? Because like people who have played it hate it or don't like it or whatever. So eventually it caught up with them. Whatever they were doing caught up with them. I know they had big ambitions and stuff, but like I feel like Naughty Dog is like partly maybe they're just like, you know what? Can we just fucking make a game? Like they're just like sick of tinker around with this experience that they maybe have no experience making. It's another thing, turning these studios into doing things that they're not experienced doing. Like it's different to put a multiplayer mode into something than like to build out a fully fleshed like games as a service, ongoing
Correct.
content experience. You need like a lot of support and shit for that over a long period of time. And I don't think they were really up to snuff for that, honestly. And I think part of that's the issue here. They're not designed. That studio wasn't designed and built up to make these kind of games, right?
No. Through Sony's own fault, right? Because of what they did last generation, abandon the multiplayer and just use third parties to fill in those gaps. They abandoned what used to be a part of a diverse lineup, just like Xbox back in the day. They went completely away from it. And then they turned these studios into masters at one type of game. But the fact is, Matt, to your point, that's why I call this desperation on Jim's part. That's why I will say that. I know Sony fans will disagree with me, but it's desperation to become relevant in this space of multiplayer games as a service, monetized type systems. They had to get desperate because what you would normally do, Mav, is you would have let Naughty Dog build that factions game, relaunch it with The Last of Us 2, even if it wasn't fully fleshed out, even if it wasn't the grand vision, but you would have established it yet again, like they did, right? With the first one, with that small core base. Make sure that it's polished, make sure that it's good, have that base, start playing factions, start introducing multiplayer associated with your single player again. And then once it got to a stable spot, which you would hope it would do, then go, oh, now we're going to expand. Guess what? Naughty Dog, we've got another team. We're going to grow you guys out. We're going to have a multiplayer team. We're going to grow factions. You guys go do what you're going to do on the single player side. That's the core team. That's fine. But we're going to have this multiplayer side as well. We're going to start growing factions out. That's how you would normally do it. But they don't have in Jim's mind, in my opinion, with the way things are going, with how things are lining up, they didn't have the time to do that. So what does Jim do? Oh, we're going to go acquire. We're going to go acquire, which is fine. Again, we have zero problem with acquisitions here. You all know this. Go do that, right? That's fine. But you got to have the patience. You got to have the stomach to enter this space like that, to invest this much money, not only in acquisitions, but then the development costs behind the games of a service, which aren't cheap, because you got to have quality lineup roadmap of content for those games as a service into the future to have any type of success. You got to have the stomach to move in that direction. And again, I don't know if Sony Corp actually honestly has the stomach for this kind of desperation move. And I think that's what we're seeing here, Matt. I really do. I do.
Man,
I mean,
the more I think about it, I kind of get upset. Like, and this comes from a consumer perspective. I got something to say. Let me get to these super chats real quick, and then I'll get back.
Yeah, we got a bunch of super chats. Yeah,
I know I'm going to go on a tangent, and I don't want to make people wait.
Oh wait, are we going to talk Nintendo? God help.
No.
Okay, all right.
This is PlayStation.
Okay.
Silent Cypher with a $2 super chat says, "Personally, can't wait for Foam Stars, best PS game." Right on. Did you play the demo, Brian? Let me know in the chat. Alvin with $5 super chat. Appreciate it. Alvin says, Jimmy
Thank
Boy,
you.
Info Hack, Bungie spiraling, getting ratioed to death. Code 4, Naughty Dog, Movie Pass. Sony just had their worst week of news in a decade.
Oh, we're going to talk about the Movie Pass too, because I think I have a little different perspective. We've talked about it before, but I understand why people are saying what they're saying for sure. But okay. Yep.
Yeah,
it's not been good.
Sides to the coin there for sure.
Yeah, there is. Yes.
Alvin with $2. It says, and media relatively silent considering.
Of course. Although it was interesting, and I don't want to make this a topic right now, but it was interesting, Mav, now that Jimmy announced his retirement, all of a sudden some media outlets started questioning what Sony's doing.
Yeah.
Wasn't that odd, Mav? All of a sudden the head rolls, right? And they know he's leaving, and now we're going to write articles about their investment into games as a service, and is it too little too late? Like, And it was from the set websites that have been awfully quiet during this run.
We talked about this like a year ago,
Yes,
maybe more. You just come around here, Schreier, if you want info on your next article.
Eurogamer.
We literally had those same fucking talking points calling it before this shitstorm that we're seeing now. Right. Too little, too late. Right? Is it going to be too late for them to enter into that space? We
talked about that. We did. We had a full-fledged conversation about that. Could they honestly make this move? Could they catch up, or were they too far behind?
Yeah, and we had the same conversation about subscription service too,
Correct.
Right? Like,
yes,
we were more hopeful there because they had such a dedicated user base, but like they're still tiptoeing. So, we'll see. I don't know, but Anyway, stay high, FFF. Appreciate you with a 5. Says, let's be real. We knew Sony was in trouble when they introduced tier-based customer service. Oh, yeah. I forgot about that shenanigans. And then Brian Hopkins, Silent Cypher with a 5. Appreciate you. Says, Pong, please don't mention abandoned. We are still trying to forget abandoned. Yeah.
That never existed in the fucking first place. Okay. Yep.
That guy just got some free PR and maybe he got sued. I don't know. Hopefully he did.
Hopefully he did behind the scenes. Hopefully they told him to shut the hell up. Real quick too, I wanted to bring up this comment from Dion Hayes earlier. I'm not going back to Forza, but I wanted to bring it up because I thought it was a really cool, interesting idea when we were talking about what Forza could become, Mav.
Yeah.
Dion said, I also feel that they're going to give you the ability to create your own racetracks and add on and mod the car racing game. That'll be groundbreaking to me. Yeah, I think there could be a possibility where Turn 10 kind of takes from Bethesda and Playground and lets people start playing within that system to create their own unique racetracks and stuff. That would be the next level. That would be games as a service. We know how much Bethesda has learned that the modding community keeps your games going forever as well. So why not let people play around with racetracks? So again, they wouldn't be like official. They wouldn't be any, but they would be racetracks you could create, maybe invite your friends into, have fun races, whatever the case may be. Cool idea, Dion. And I definitely agree that potentially down the road, we could see something like that for sure.
Yeah. Yep. Good thoughts for sure.
Yep.
Adding support to your games over time. That's definitely something that Xbox has done and will continue to do. I love that about the ecosystem. But what I was going to say, Pong, is the more I think about it and the more we're in the situations we're in and where PlayStation seems to be now, with this year having less exciting games announced for PlayStation than I can remember, like to look forward to. The slate for next year is shaky, right? You got some third-party exclusives, but when you're really looking at the first-party output, I mean, beyond Spider-Man 2, that like there's not a whole lot to look forward to right now. We don't know when Wolverine's coming out. We don't know when these other games that are in the works are going to potentially be coming out. So that we know why they've money-hatted exclusives and stuff like that, because they have to fit their pipeline, right? They haven't had the development studios to do what they need to do to fill their pipeline with how long these games take to make and everything. But the more I think about it now, I'm realizing PlayStation's put themselves in this position. Like I feel like the PlayStation 4 generation may have fucking ruined PlayStation for me. Like, honestly, they were on top. I'm not taking away what they accomplished there, right? But they became so one note, making the same kind of game over and over again. Developed all their top studios and turned them into these like movie game, like single player action adventure machines, right? Every game has to fit this model. Every game has to be like this. This is what we're about. If it's not fitting this, we're not going to cancel it. If it doesn't get this kind of score, you're not going to get a sequel. You're not going to get to continue. All this kind of things. Trying to be that, hey, we're premium, we're quality, nothing else. Our games are the only fucking kind of games that should be anything judged against. That mentality, I feel like, carried through early into this PS5 generation. They have the studios that are capable of making those games, and they're stuck in that. They are literally stuck in this boring ass mode of making the same game over and over again. And when they try and do something else now, you see the struggle that they have to do it. They don't have the studios and they don't have the capabilities to do the shit that other game companies are doing. Even fucking Nintendo. Let that sink in. Nintendo is better at multiplayer and games as a service online than PlayStation. Did you ever think back in the day, sitting back in the PS3 era, when online gaming really took off, PS3 and 360, and they really fucking went to the stratosphere with online gaming? PlayStation at the time, even though they struggled out of the gate because they made horrible decisions as far as pricing and everything on the console, they were doing so much different things with types of variety in the games and investing in different things. They were doing a lot of different multiplayer things. They were doing different single player things. There was so much stuff all over the place with the experimentation on allowing creators in different kinds of games to be made. They went full in on this one aspect that drove them to be very successful in a generation, but I think it cornered them for the long run, and being able to expand beyond that, and it's causing them some growing pains and struggles. And I think it fucking ruined place. I think they ruined their in-house like a development prowess as far as being able to make anything other than those fucking same kind of games over and over again, unless they go somewhere else and buy the rights to it to bring into the lineup that's from some other developer, right? That they won't ultimately have control over in the long run. So bit them in the ass, I think, at the end of the day, and it's become a boring, redundant sequel-based, remastered, definitive edition, sell the same game to you 4 different fucking times kind of company. And is that exciting for people? I don't know. Maybe it is for some, but it's not what I want. It's not what I want. Literally, the only thing they've released that's excited me at all this generation has been Gran Turismo 7. And that's just because I like Gran Turismo and always have and love sim racing. But, like, that's it. That's the only thing that they've released first party wise that it has any kind of excitement for me whatsoever. And beyond Wolverine, which I'm super looking forward to, there's really nothing else that super excites me also. And I will say, I'm not trying to shit on Spider-Man 2. I'm super happy, and anybody that's going to love it, I am going to play it at some point also. I think it looks fun. But it is still in that same model of releasing the same type of game over and over again that they've done the last several years. Now, it's cool. It's cool if you do that, but you need other stuff too. They've literally had the same. Remember, people always used to criticize Xbox all the time. Halo, Gears, and Forza. Halo, Gears, and Forza. Halo, Gears, and Forza. Well, PlayStation, it's Last of Us, Spider-Man, God of War, and Horizon. Okay, that's like all. That's what we're getting. That's what's been announced. That's what they keep re-releasing shit for over and over again since like 2016. And if they don't have something that's a success, it doesn't get a sequel. It doesn't get anything else. The best other game they did was Ghost of Tsushima. I can't wait for the sequel for that. They added free multiplayer that nobody fucking plays to that as well. But like, really, it's like, what's going on behind the scenes with the development teams? Can they do multiplayer? Can PlayStation first party do multiplayer? Bungie can. They bought them, you know. I've been playing their fucking games on Xbox. Like, I'm just saying, can PlayStation do multiplayer? Will they be able to figure it out?
They're not built that way, Mav.
They used to be.
Like you said, they used to be, but that's because they had cultivated it. They didn't. They hired these studios and built these studios around a certain game design. And as we all know, this isn't rocket science. If you are here because you're passionate about gaming and you followed gaming for long enough, multiplayer is a whole different beast. It's not like flipping a switch. I'm not saying that there's not studios that can do it. I'm not saying that they don't have the talent to make one, but it's not flipping a switch. We talked about this with Playground Games going from car RPG to a single player RPG in Fable, and how tremendous that will be to see. And if they can pull it off, kudos to them. And they will be, again, I already think they're one of the top development teams in the world, but if they succeed in that, it will be extra. They will move up that list because of what a effort that is to do. It's vice versa, both ways. If you built your team around one type of game, you don't just walk in and say, all right, team, I know you love making this puzzle adventure game, but today you're making a Call of Duty killer.
Oh, and we got the guy from Fortnite to help out the monetization. But all of you guys that are actually making the game, do your stuff. We'll figure out the economics of it.
No. We saw what Playground did with their hiring to make Fable. They went out and grabbed parts of the old Fable team to make sure they could get it right. That's what you have. Again, it's not easy. Making games, that's a talent in itself. But making very specific types of games, that's where you hone your craft. Again, that's like asking Todd and his A team to go make a Dance Revolution competitor, right? That's not what they do. And do I think maybe they could do it? Sure. But is it an automatic? Hell no, it's not. And again, to your point, Mav, you are spot on. It's a discussion we've had plenty. PlayStation 4's era, they sat back, became kings of the mountain, and just rested on their laurels. They mothballed all their old IP.
Yeah, they were like riding that high of like, let's do it again. Let's do it again. Let's do it again.
Again, and I don't blame them, but they didn't see the cliff coming. Yeah. And again, this isn't about PlayStation failing and all of a sudden becoming a dead company. No, of course not. That's not what this is about. They're too successful. They have way too much talent. They'll never be like that. At worst case, they become like Nintendo. That's worst case for PlayStation. The facts is, though, they decided they didn't need the diversity in their lineup, that the third parties would consistently give them because they were so successful that the third parties would just come in and lay down their new games and say, oh, Sony, PlayStation, we see that you don't have this shooter. Well, here it is on a golden platter. Take it, please. Offer it to your 100 plus million people. We're good with that. They got favorable terms from the third parties. Meanwhile, they woke up Godzilla. Meanwhile, Phil was in the background bailing out a sinking ship and turning it around, and Sony never saw it, or they saw it too late. And all of a sudden, Xbox was right on their heels. And now they find themselves in this position of, oh shit, we don't have A, B, C, D to go along with our great single player games. What are we going to do? So to your point, Mav, no, they are not built for this. They aren't built this way. It doesn't mean that they can't be. It doesn't mean that they can't find the right formula for that. They certainly could, but it's not as easy as going, yeah, now we're just making multiplayer games to go along with our single player games. And we're all set. Hey, we're good. We're good.
We're just transitioning everything. All of our big franchises are going to have big multiplayer games and services now. That's what we're doing here at PlayStation. I hope you're all excited for it. We got 2 hot new games to announce this year. It's called Concord and Fair Games. We don't know what the fuck they are, but I hope you're still satisfied with that concept art from Factions that last year. Oh, by the way, oh, shit, I forgot to tell you, that shit's on ice now. So now we're moving on. Guess what? We got Foam Party, Splatoon ripoff foam saws coming your way from Square Enix. Where our
Why do you have an Australian Jersey accent right now? What the hell is that?
What they sound like when they're making decisions in my head. Like, hey, when they're coming out to the fans, I'm trying to be a salesman, We got to sell this shit. We got so much multiplayer for yous coming up your asses, everybody. You're not going to understand how much multiplayers you got. Everything. You're going to have Horizon multiplayer. You're going to have God of War multiplayer. You're going to have Last of Us multiplayer. Wait, never mind. That one's on ice. You're going to have everything. Everything's multiplayer now for PlayStation. Are you guys fucking excited for that? You excited? You excited for the first party multiplayer experiences from all of our huge games? I don't know what I'm fucking doing. I'm sorry. Yeah.
No, that's fine. It was great. It was great. Your accents are off the chart. Everybody does voices when they're trying to like make fun of the other side or whatever you're critiquing. It's funny because everybody does it. Like King David, he's got his voices too. We all do it. And I love your accents. OCDgamer loves your accents. Everybody's
Thanks.
giving you props.
Appreciate it.
So yeah, you're fantastic. I was just trying to figure out because you try to do a specific accent and it's terrible. But that time around you were like mixing both. Like I heard risk it for the biscuit in 1 minute, and then the next minute I heard Jersey Shore. Like it was like crazy. Like I was like, what's going on here? Anyways. Yes, exactly. Alvin, Alvin, you are on point. Alvin goes at Mav, aka The Situation. $2 super chat from Alvin. Yes, Jersey Shore.
You know what's actually fucking hilarious? Yeah, is I bought one expensive pair of sunglasses before in my life, right?
Okay.
We were at the some department store. I'm like, I've never bought an expensive pair of sunglasses. I like, Kate helped me pick them out, and I wear them, put them on. I'm like, okay, yeah, these are like a little stylish for me. They're kind of cool, whatever. Then I see that motherfucker, The Situation, has got those glasses. And then he's known for wearing those glasses. And I had no idea. So I was walking around wearing The Situation glasses.
Oh, my God.
I just couldn't do it.
Awesome,
I never fucking wore them anymore.
Bro.
I couldn't do it. Alvin, yeah, thanks for that super chat.
Yeah.
We also got a $5 super chat from Stay High. FFF. It says Sony relied on third-party games and even more on Call of Duty that they forgot how to make games, and we're starting to see it. And then Game Shark, member for 4 months, says Playground on Fable. What could Turn 10 make? Yeah,
but Turn 10 was built with a group of devs that love cars and love racing.
Yeah,
right. So would they ever want to expand? Like Playground has made the bold statement that they want to be considered the best dev studio in the entire world, and that they wanted to break out from just making Horizon, right? That was their goals. Whereas I think Turn 10 are like, kind of like, 343, I guess, which is they're just there to make Halo, right? Even though we all said we'd love to see what else they could do. I'd love to see what else Turn 10 could do, but they are so infatuated with making these types of Forza. They're so infatuated with cars and racing. I don't know if they'd ever want to do anything else. Maybe they would, maybe we could get them to do so. I've said this in the past, man. Microsoft owns the RC Pro-Am.
Yeah.
If anybody remembers the top-down car racing game, track racing game, right? RC Pro-Am with the remote control car, blast. Some of my best memories on Nintendo. RC Pro-Am. I've always said, why doesn't Turn 10 just do licensed cars and bring out re-envision RC Pro-Am, but make it like an arcade, like racer, like little racer, like with like remote control Ferraris and stuff. Use those licenses and do it. I think that'd be kind of cool. But yeah, I don't know if Turn 10 ever would, but it would be interesting. They're talented, obviously beyond talented. Who knows what the hell they could do if they put their minds to it.
Yeah. It'd be interesting. I just hope they keep adding so much support to this game. I don't care if they ever do a damn different thing. Playground's going on a different path right now, right? Doing two different things. So I'm excited for the next Forza Horizon whenever that's going to come out too. Like, I don't think they're just like not working on it. I feel like
I
feel like they're going to do that. So I
wouldn't mind it taking time off though. I wouldn't mind a break if they want to do all hands on deck with Fable. Keep a small team working on obviously Horizons 5 DLC and that kind of stuff. And maybe start pre-production on the next Horizon, right? I wouldn't mind it taking a few years off though from Horizon. I really wouldn't.
Yeah.
At this point. So I think it might be good for them too, and kind of decide where they want to go. Obviously, everybody wants them to go to Japan. Mav and I would love them to see them go to Japan. We'd love to see night racing in cities like from Playground. Like that would be our dream. But again, if it takes them a few years and they want to, focus in on Fable and get that done, I'm more power to them. They've done their job. Playground did their job. Like they created an absolute ridiculous arcade racer in Horizon that did ridiculous numbers, especially this last one for Xbox. So if they want to take some time away, please do.
Yeah. Sure.
Yep. All right, Mabo. Holy cow, brother. We've been doing this for 3 hours already, bro.
3 hours? Really?
Yeah, it's 9 o'clock already, man.
Mm,
We are just killing it. We
Wow.
just rolled. I mean, our rant took a while too, which was unplanned, but we absolutely are killing it right now. All right, so we covered factions, we covered Sony. Let's continue on Sony real quick, Matt, because I do think we want to touch on this. The announcement after, of course, they raised their prices on PlayStation Plus Premium. What was that? 2 months ago, 3 months ago? Now,
Yeah.
hell, it's already October, somewhere around there. They raised their prices. Came out today. Sony Pictures Core app, formerly Bravia Core, coming to PlayStation 5, PlayStation 4, PS Plus, and this is from Wario64. Shout out to Wario. I know a lot of people are reporting on it today, but I just grabbed Wario's. PlayStation Plus Premium and Deluxe members get access to a curated catalog of up to 100 ad-free movies, including Resident Evil Damnation, Kingsglaive, Final Fantasy 15, Looper, Elysium, more benefits coming for all PS Plus members. All right, Mav. So we talked about this. What we talked about years ago was what would it take for Sony to bring value to PlayStation Plus? What could they do as offerings, being that they are a part of Sony Corp? What advantages do they have that maybe Microsoft and Xbox don't have? One of the first things we talked about, Mav, was their movies and TV division. If they added the catalog to PlayStation Plus, it would bring value. Not that it would be the cure-all, not that it would replace day-and-date games, but we specifically talked about this and said that was one thing that Microsoft and Xbox can't add to Game Pass because they don't have that section. Like, they don't do anything over there. They were going to with Donnie D, but that all got blown up. So now, here it is, years later, again, ahead of the curve in our conversations, maybe not the full boat, right? Just like their gaming side of things. They're not going all in on PlayStation Plus. That's why we don't see day and date. That's why we don't see the full catalog. That's why none of that happens. They believe it's not in their best financial interest to do so, but they are bringing the movies, right? And it is going to add value to PlayStation Plus, no matter what you consider. All those are old movies. It's still adding something to PlayStation Plus. What do you think about this one, Mav?
Oh man, if we could go back in time and I could remember what hell episode that we talked about this on,
right.
you know,
multiple episodes. I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm bad at keeping receipts, man. I don't know how some people do it and find these old clips all the time on the fly, but I have a memory. I may not remember what I had for breakfast this morning, but I can sure as hell remember random useless gaming conversations. But yeah, we definitely talked about this, and I think you brought it up a lot about adding potentially their movies and stuff into PlayStation Plus as a value-added benefit. Now, and what kind of impact will it have? Who knows, right? I feel like it's still another half step in a way because this isn't necessarily going to move the needle, but it is still adding value. So I'm at least glad that if you have a PlayStation Plus Premium, it's not to extra or below, mind you, as well. It's just like for their premium and right. It said premium / deluxe, whatever.
Deluxe,
tiers that would be added in for those users. So if you are a subscriber to that, I'm happy that you have something that's an added value, right?
Correct.
Where I think it kind of is interesting is the way they're going about it. I didn't see this coming necessarily before they would have GT7 getting into PlayStation Plus, right? I mean, there's like games that I feel like still from first party should be in there, and that it's just mind-boggling.
Absolutely, of course,
that they're not seeing the potential of getting their games sooner, and they're adding revenues from subscriptions, right? It's like almost, I feel like they're almost kind of feel like they're so cocky that they feel like they can grow in their subscription service like without really doing much because they're PlayStation, right? And they feel like they can just rely on it for some like third party first day one stuff, like randomly, like rare and few far between. And then also like they're selling their games will be enough, and then all that kind of stuff. So I feel like they're kind of like, you know, we don't have to. They're not going to. But I don't know if they necessarily see the full benefit of it. And I feel like they're making a mistake in that regard, right?
Yep.
And that's what we talked about before, is like, are they going to be too little too late? I was upset when they announced the new tiers because it was a half step, right?
Correct. Yep.
It wasn't, they're dipping their toe in. They're not going all in on this thing. And I feel like if you're going to have a model that you want to breed success to your brand, half-assing anything is not going to do it, right? Xbox did not change gaming and change the distribution model for Xbox and also influence the rest of the industry by half-stepping into Game Pass, right? They started it and grew every month that thing has been out, has gotten better and better and better, right? Like, it's already... GT7's been out since fucking March of last year.
Correct.
March of last year. And it's still not in there.
But that's one of their games as a service, right, Mav? So they don't want to offer it there.
But that would make sense to bring the more players.
I know,
like,
but I'm saying from Sony's perspective, you know what I'm saying. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So for them, it's like, okay, we're half stepping into games.
Yep.
Right? Giving you old games that they also say nobody wants to play old games, but that's our core element of our subscription service. And we're also going to do old movies too. So, or if you compare the movie side to other subscription services, right? It sucks ass because it's old stuff. Like the other movie subscription services come with movies like day one, a lot of them do. Or like if it's theater movies, no, but like for Blu-ray releases and shit like that, like when they actually hit streaming services, they come there. But no, like you literally can only watch old shit. Like,
right.
So like at least give people, and it's something even more enticing, like add real value, not just like this a little bit of value. Like they're gonna have a collection that you could get with one of the fucking free TV apps if you really wanted to, like a Pluto or a Tubi.
I know everybody in the chat was saying that.
And I saw that they're making a point. Like that's the kind of shit that's gonna be in there. It's not. It's cool. It's some added value in there. It is added value. I 100% think that it is. But it's a half step. Just fucking go all in with something. Something. Go do something that is like, holy shit, we can't believe we're getting this deal. How many times do we say that with Xbox? Like, holy shit, the fucking value we're getting is insane. Give us something, please, PlayStation, something that makes a consumer feel that way.
Yep.
There was one time they did it, and that was at the launch of the PS5 when they announced the PlayStation Collection, the great collections for people that bought a PS5. They got a bunch of games for free. That was amazing. That's happened 3 years ago. Okay?
Correct. Yep.
Give us something instead of your fucking stupid, janky ass looking controller that you expect people to buy for way too much money. Your PSVR headset that costs way too damn much money that you don't have any fucking games for. Your subscription you go up on, and then this is what you give to make excuse for that when it's not even as good probably as the fucking free shit you can install on your Xbox or whatever else you have. Just give us something. Go all in on it. Stop tiptoeing around like a coward. Just come on. Let's like make people celebrate.
Oh my God. Wow. I didn't see this post before, man. We were talking about the amount of games right now, Mav.
Yeah.
Even just if you just want to specifically just say Xbox and Game Pass, Xbox Game Pass UK put out a post, Mav, about 8 hours ago that I hadn't seen. I didn't realize how close we are. Like, okay, 5 days, Forza officially launches in the Game Pass, right?
Yeah.
12 days. we get Ishin, right? 25 days, we get Jusant. 35 days, we get Like a Dragon, the man who erased his name. 43 days, we get Persona Tactics.
Yeah, and we just got Warhammer Darktide also.
And we just got Warhammer Darktide, which was eventually or was originally scheduled for last year.
Yeah,
but yes,
but
people are loving it.
They are.
Jez just posted. Yeah, Jez just posted about it too. Yeah.
But we just got Gotham Knights too.
5, and we got Payday 3, which has been broken, but some people are still playing it supposedly. So again, I've got that. 5 more games in the next 43 days, Mav. Not small games. Yes, I know Like a Dragon Ishin's already been out, right? I get that. But the fact is, I didn't have a chance to play it yet. It's freaking awesome. We get Jusant. And then we get the brand new Like a Dragon. And then Persona Tactics, which again, niche, but for me and Mav, it's dope. 5 new games in 43 days. And that's not counting all the little stuff. This is just the ones they highlighted. This is the bigger stuff. Bro, games.
Yeah.
Games.
Lamplighters League, which I did try.
Yes.
I didn't tell you that, but I did try it.
I turned it on and I played through I watched through the opening segment and played around a little bit. Looks freaking awesome.
It's really cool, man.
How long did you play for?
I went through the first level area and then I did I did like most of the second.
And it was good. You liked it?
It's classic tactics, dude.
What you know who it's by, right? Harebrained Schemes.
Yeah.
Right? Studios.
Yeah.
Which is, of course, headed by the original creator of Shadowrun.
Yeah.
So of course, absolutely.
Yeah, it's classic. It's got like an interesting story and stuff. Like it's not the most like
Cocoon dropped too, Andrew Reeves. Thank you, Cocoon. I started I know you uninstalled it. I started playing Cocoon. Freaking beautiful, gorgeous game, puzzler, right up my alley. I can't wait to hop into Cocoon. You're right, Cocoon just dropped too. Frick.
Yeah. It's just insane. And there's people out there like saying PlayStation Plus is better than this.
No, yeah.
Like they're like, come on. Like really, in what fucking reality could you possibly live in to like suck so much PlayStation dick that you actually think that PlayStation Plus is somehow superior to getting all these fucking games day and date? I'm sorry. Like it's just like the most mind-blowing takes I've seen from some people like regarding some of this stuff. And it's like,
yeah, they got Saints Row. You're right.
I don't understand. Like, and that's why I'm so like on this, because I, as a PlayStation consumer, want more value from them because Xbox is killing them in that regard. It's like destroying them. Game Pass is like on an insane level. 2023 was nuts. And guess what? 2024 is going to be nuts. But are you looking forward to the PlayStation Plus lineup for 2024 right now?
No. We don't even know what it is.
It's the shit you've been playing in 2022. That's what it is. It's your 2022 games are fucking going to finally be there in 2024. That's what it is. I'll tell you right fucking now. GT7 will probably hit next year. I mean, yay! Hip, hip, hooray. Oh, guess what? While I'm waiting for new games to come out because we don't have anything to play, I'll bide my time and take advantage of this Sony movie core and watch old movies. They're got to fill their time somehow.
You killed the chat, by the way, Mav.
I'm sorry.
With your sucking PlayStation D.
Well, I mean, I've seen people say that as like how there's not even there's no comparison there. Like you have to be on another planet like to actually even have that consideration that PlayStation Plus is somehow superior to Game Pass. It's like this is ridiculous. It's just one of the most ridiculous takes and thoughts. Like you have to be either like just lying out your ass or you have to be to have zero IQ. I don't understand how anybody could actually think that whatsoever, that actually looks at the games and realizes what's in them.
Nino Vosta, good to see you. Relski jumping in here. Brother from another Psychonauts dropping in here. What's up, Psycho? The Sousa, Sin, I see you all jumping in here. You guys have been incredible tonight in the chat, by the way. Absolute great discussions. Going through our rants, going through all this information that's been coming out in our Forza talk. Love you all. Thank you all for being here, by the way. Just appreciate you all. So if you haven't hit that like button, please do so. If you got a moment to share it out, please always do so. Mav and I are terrible at doing the business side of things, but it does help the channel grow. So, but just appreciate y'all. Love seeing the names in here, man. It's awesome. And Mav's not wrong. Mav's not wrong. Again, last week on Xbox Ultimate, I said the same thing with a lighter note, but I said Game Pass is king, and PlayStation can't catch up until they do things different. Until they decide to do day and date, don't talk to me. Like, again, there's just no comparison whatsoever in any way, shape, or form with the deals that Microsoft cuts. Like, they just, no question about it right now.
They're not even doing 18 months later right now.
No, they're not. That's why I said 3 months. Give me 3 months. Give me 6 months. Fuck, do something. Otherwise, no. PlayStation Plus is not anywhere as close to being the same level as Game Pass. It's not. It's nowhere.
It's a garbage value. And like if you want to subscribe to like extra and like play through the back catalog because you just got a PlayStation and you missed out on a lot of games, get it for a few months, right? Go through those. But like as far as looking forward to things coming out, no. There's no reason to subscribe to that shit.
Look how many announcements we have for 2024 for Game Pass already. We just got Commandos.
It's insane.
The Rebirth today, announced next year for Game Pass.
I know. And it's like nobody gives a shit, probably me and you, but it's amazing. It's like, holy cow. Like, can they keep putting these like random games that like struggle to find audience that like are made for people that like certain genres and stuff in Game Pass? Guess who could have predicted that Game Pass would be good for variety in the industry? Oh, geez. Maybe we had that conversation a long time ago when everybody said Game Pass was going to kill that aspect of gaming.
Xbox has the most diverse lineup anywhere. Hands down, period. I don't care what you want to say. They are missing one genre, which is the Sony genre, and that's it. And again, we're getting Hellblade 2, which may take that narrative away as well. But hands down, if you want to play different style games, especially now with their increased efforts over in the East, and we're seeing more JRPGs come over and all that kind of stuff, hands down, Xbox outside of PC is the most diverse lineup of video games that you can ever have. And that diversity is in Game Pass. They don't focus on any one thing with Game Pass. It's the greatest thing ever because you can walk into Game Pass no matter what type of gamer you are outside of Sony first party and outside of Nintendo first party, and you can find a game that you're going to enjoy in there. And if you're one of those Nintendo or Sony only, that's all you do, hats off to you. I'm not going to sit here and argue with you. That's all you like to play. That's fine. Again, you're still a gamer. I count mobile gamers who play Candy Crush as gamers. I don't care. But the facts are, if you want to go find something for $15 a month, $16 a month, you get yourself Xbox Ultimate. You can go online and you can find any type of game that you want to play. It's freaking amazing. I don't know how people, like you said, Mav, I mean, I do, because again, they're just being willfully ignorant.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, or intellectually dishonest, right? That's the two things. That's all they're doing in the name of a brand. But outside of that, you can hand anybody Game Pass. Anybody who's played any type of game or who's ever been interested in games, give them Game Pass, and they will find probably more than one game that they enjoy out of that.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
It's so funny that back in the day, like everybody was like Xbox, TV, you know what I mean? And now like you see like
stars
like
too,
even at the PlayStation Showcase, they had like the movie trailer there, and then like they're really pushing all this stuff, and now you see the movie thing being added into their premium thing. I will say I'm glad it is, right? Because at least it's something more value. It's just like you see all this stuff, and it's like, okay, like who's really pushing more movies and TV now? You know what I mean? It's like Sony makes them, right? Microsoft doesn't. So you see them trying to use PlayStation as a as a tool, I think, to gain more attraction to their movies and stuff. And they should. It's a smart move, right? I'm not criticizing them for doing that. I just want them to go all in on it, and I want them to go all in on gaming too. Like go all in on the multiplayer and stuff, but just do it right. Like build it up. Don't half step things, and don't like twiddle around, and just fucking put some stuff out and give us value. That's all I want.
Well, we'll see. After Jim retires, maybe, you know, whoever's the head will move in that direction. If they can get Corp to agree to it, we'll see.
I got a question for you, Pong.
Shoot.
To add on to this discussion, because we talked about this with the thoughts about at one time when we were discussing WB Discovery, and
sir.
Also, those remember those Netflix rumors that had swirled around Microsoft for a time and stuff like that.
That was a whole lot of smoke there.
That was not even gaming people talking about that. That was financial investors people analyzing stuff out there. Do you think there will be a time when we see a movie like subscription part added to Game Pass, or like it evolve into adding content like that?
I will say yes, because I've been on the train that has said that eventually Microsoft in general, I guess it would be a corporate decision because it would be them. But I think that Microsoft will move back into the multimedia space, and they will get in on the movies and TVs industry because there's so much value in their IP that I do believe that they would. I don't think, I got to say just flat out, yes. Eventually I do think so. Eventually I think they're going to jump in, whether it's through a massive acquisition like a Netflix or a WB Discovery, or whether they just start building out their teams like they started to under Donnie D. I think eventually they do jump back into that space, because ultimately the goal is to have the entertainment umbrella underneath, you know, the Azure servers, and kind of control the main gate where everybody kind of puts their different forms of entertainment. I think that eventually they will do that. There's too much value there not to. There really is.
Yeah.
I mean, imagine if they controlled their own space within the entertainment industry. Why would Microsoft not want to do that? They want to control their own space in gaming. Why would they not want to control their own space in making movies and TV shows out of their IP? Why would they not want that? Of course they want that. Are they ready to do that now? Probably not. But eventually, will they be? Yeah, I think they will be.
Yeah, it'll be 100%. Interesting. I would be all for it. You know, I'm a movie buff,
of course,
right? So like, I love watching. That stuff. But anyway, yeah, we got a super chat from Alvin with $2 that added movies before a single PS2 game. Tragic. Yeah.
Yep.
Crazy.
Yep, it is sad. Before they even figure out PS3 emulation, so they can offer emulation for PS3. Like, this stuff is just so stupid, bro. This is common sense stuff, but again, that's the mindset, right? That's the philosophy. That's what's kind of dragged them down, is not changing their philosophy, not adapting to what the future holds quickly. It happens. It happens to the best of them, right? We've seen this time and time again. It's no different than the PS3 era when they came out the gate stumbling because of their absolute refusal to acknowledge what was happening, and the fact that they could not acknowledge that the cell processor was going to be an issue. Again, it's greed, it's arrogance, right? It happens. It happens to every company. So it just does.
We were concerned a long time ago that their arrogance would get the best of them. Like we talked about it before the launch of these consoles and stuff. And it's like, I think it has, you know, honestly, like, you know, it bit them with the launch of the PS3.
Yeah.
It hasn't bit them as far as hardware for the PS5, but
no, they're selling great, but the drop off. Yeah.
But you're seeing a drop off with the games and the services and stuff. So it's like, you know, I feel like they're in a different place without a great roadmap, at least that's visible to the fans right now.
Because that business model that they're under is dependent on attach rate.
Yeah.
That business model is the old school model where if you're going to pump out hardware at a loss and you're going to sell a ton of it, you better be selling software on the back end, and you better have a high attach rate for all those people that bought your system. And right now that attach rate is dropping, and they don't have any games that get engagement, which is now the new metric. And that's what they're seeing.
And right now, even third-party live service games are dropping engagement.
Yep.
Right. So if that's their milk cow, right? If that's what they make all their money on, is the Call of Duties, the Fortnites, and all these different things for like, the 30% they get off of that, right? Like those are all dropping right now. So plus they're gonna Call of Duty is gonna be synonymous with Xbox soon, and Xbox is gonna make 70% of the, whereas Sony's getting 30 for every dollar that's spent over on PlayStation on those games, as well as their own games on Xbox. They'll be making 100% of the Call of Duty stuff. Like it's crazy, absolutely nuts.
It is. Amit says Satya's Microsoft is far more focused, and when they don't have it in-house, they partner, for example, partnering with Samsung on TV and mobile, Asus and Lenovo for handheld PC gaming. Absolutely, Amit. I agree with you that they're much more focused, and that's why I said down the road, let's say Game Pass does reach 100 million subscribers. I can see them then going, we are now established. This is drawing. What else can we do? And I think that the entertainment market is next in general, as far as movies and TV. I could see them dipping their toes back in and starting up a new project to try to make that a thing as well. But I do agree with you for the short term, right? For the short term, if they're not going to do a big giant acquisition like Netflix or WB Discovery, then yes, they wouldn't dip their toes in right now. I agree with you there wholeheartedly. Some really good comments in the chat, by the way, too. Serve, absolutely. Xbox coming out of the 360 generation was arrogant. Donnie D himself was arrogant. We got a system for you when asked for those people who don't have the internet. We got a system for you. It's called the Xbox 360, right? Yeah. PS3 era, it was Kaz. I saw OCDgamer bring up the price. Absolutely. Kaz got out there on stage and said, oh, you go to get a second job to own a PS3. That's what people are going to do. Yo, no, you don't. But that's what I'm saying. The pattern is these companies never learn. They wind up doing the same mistakes, maybe in a different way, but they wind up in the same spot doing a different mistake, right? That's how they work. It's the cycle of life. It's just weird like that. Like it just happens. So yeah, no, I get it. Totally. Great conversation. And live supremacy. I see you dropping in here. Great to see you live. All right, Mav. We've got a lot. We've covered a lot.
Yeah.
Is there anything that you really want to touch on? Because we got a couple small things we can run through. I know you want to talk about, you talked about it before the show, that you want to kind of talk about the more layoffs happening. Do you want to get into some of that? I mean, again, we talked about Naughty Dog's laying off. Factions 2's on ice, but we did get word today, and this is kind of sad to me, is Telltale. Telltale has supposedly laid off a bunch of people, hush hush, a big part of their teams. People are actually questioning whether or not the Wolf Among Us 2 is still working now. Supposedly they came out and said that they're still in production. Wolf Among Us 2 is my favorite Telltale game. It is freaking amazing. It's such a great story. I almost picked up the actual graphic novels because of how good that game is. But Telltale, of all places, Mav, like it seemed like they were doing good. Like they're not like some big bloated dev studio. Like they just do what they do, and their games sell really well, and they just kind of make them. Like I can't believe Telltale. This is a sign of the times, I guess, where we're at in 2023.
Yeah. I feel like there's a large amount of this happening around the entire industry. You had the big boom happen with when COVID was going around. You had all these new hires. Everybody for a while was seeing the success of all these live service games. Everybody wants to do their own thing and make their own live service games or games of service. They wanted to be the next Fortnite, right, or whatever. And then you see now like the swells are coming down and all this stuff, and you're seeing these studios that are starting to get impacted. Like not to say Telltale's that kind of studio, but like they are obviously somehow now being affected by some investment or whatever, that somebody doesn't feel like their next project would be worthwhile for them as an investment. Like that's basically what it comes down to, right? Like at the end of the day, the big ups spend the money, right? want return on investment. You know what I mean? Like, so,
Yep.
and if they are going to make decisions based on how much money they can make, right? And if they feel like it's too much of a risk, or they feel like it's not worth it, they're starting to lay people off. And that's happening a lot around the industry. It's happening in live service games. It's happened Telltale. It's happened at Naughty Dog. It's happened at Bungie. It's happened earlier this year with 343. You know, it's happened numerous people now. It's starting to be a trend of kind of like a refocusing in a way. I feel like more so with these studios and publishers trying to reallocate themselves to what they think the next big thing is going to be, or the next trend, or maybe they're starting to focus more on mobile or whatever. I don't know exactly what all these companies are doing, but I do know it's a copycat industry, right? And they usually follow trends. And what I would hope is that they see the trends of successful big single player and multiplayer games that are original games that have come out. They're high quality release games that from companies like Capcom, Bandai Namco, and the variety and the consistency of putting the products out is what creates a success, right? Because you're always going to have your failures, right? But if you're so risk adverse to not release things and to keep canceling things and to like keep dicking around behind the scenes until you think you finally caught on to something, then you're just going to be wasting lots of money and resources that you could have had at least put into something that and seen what you get out of it, right? Like, and you never know. It might be the next Elden Ring, right? It might be the next fucking Resident Evil or whatever. Like Resident Evil, Capcom decided, hey, we're gonna start trying to do these high quality remakes. You know, it was a project. They're like remaking those games. It's not just like upgrade.
No.
You know, this is a brand new game.
It's not a remaster. It's a remake.
They decided
no
to do that.
remasters.
It changed their company.
Yep.
In a way, those remakes kind of saved them because they're able to get them out sort of frequently, and they've been high quality. They started doing a lot more stuff, and then now they're able to put money into other projects, and they've done so good.
And they're doing diversity again.
Yeah, I just
wow.
Feel like 100%. Yeah, and the Capcom president that when he was at the Tokyo Game Show, he was talking about that as a core focal point and reason why they have been so successful and what they need to do going forward to keep being successful. Is have games, put out games, and have variety and quality. It's like rocket science, right? Like it's not, you know, it's like they're experimenting, they're trying things, they're letting studios create stuff and they're seeing what works, but they're not going necessarily like overboard trying to create the next mega monster, like insanest thing that you've ever seen. It's going to make them so much money and they're spending like 18 years fucking working on something that doesn't exist. Like, no, they're being reasonable, right? And putting out things that gamers want to play, and that's just the simplest thing. And I think there's audiences there for Telltale games, right? It's proven. It's super been proven.
Yeah, they've had huge success. Wolf Among Us 2, nobody even remembers Wolf Among Us. Most people, there's a niche group of people that do, but they're making a number 2. Like nobody thought that was going to happen, Mav, which seems to say that there's success there. I mean, obviously.
Yeah. It's just, I don't know. It's interesting. The Epic layoffs were the most fucking ridiculous ones, you know, in my opinion. Like, they're making so much damn money from Fortnite. Grub put out a tweet about that really called it what it is. Like, you know, it's not their fault, or I forget who said it. Maybe it was Grub. It's not the employee's fault for y'all spending too much money on wasteful things, right? Like, and you're laying them off. And I gotta say too, like Epic, like if you're worried about the amount of money Fortnite's making you, and it's a little bit of a downtrend or whatever, make something else.
It's not how the investors think, though.
It's like fucking. It's like look at what's popping at the values at these and think of it. I'm speaking to you, investors. If you like money, I'm talking to you right now. All right, investors. Look at what's happened with Bandai Namco and Capcom's share prices the last couple years as they've released quality games frequently.
Correct.
A lot of monetization in a lot of those games. a lot of them are just good single player games, and some of them are great multiplayer games, and some of them do have monetization. There's a variety of all in there. If you become a one game, one idea, everything all in company, much like we talked about PlayStation with their fucking like one idea concept for last generation, kind of, you spell potential disaster for putting yourself in a box, right? It's not those employees' fault. Get some fucking balls and go make another game. Those people you laid off, they could be working on something else that could make you a shit ton of money. Maybe it won't, but you'll never know because you're fucking cowards. And like at the end of the day, like it's just ridiculous. I gotta say that the risk adverse ideas from these rich assholes gets me every time. Like if you got there by taking risk, right?
Correct.
These people got to their point. These companies, every single one of these big publishers, these successful companies, got to the point of where they are by taking a risk, right?
But then the stockholders got involved.
If you just rest on that after you hit your jackpot, you're just gonna milk it and all that. It's fine, but you lose everything that created the game in the first place at that point. You know, like the drive to create something that's going to be a success for your company, right? Instead, you just milk it, and drive it to hell, beat it to death, and just fucking make people hate it because people just lose interest because it becomes uncool. Just make games, and stop doing layoffs unnecessarily. I understand companies that need to do layoffs to stay afloat, right? But if you just have these like, I think our projections for 2025 fiscal year might be just slightly down in this quarter because of the change in the games as a service model going on in the industry, and we're seeing less return on risk and reward and all the shut the fuck up and just make some games, okay? Just put those people on games. If you don't need to lay them off, have them make you some games because they might make you some money.
If only that was the way it all worked, Mav.
I know.
It would be so freaking awesome, bro. Yes, of course. If only the top people said, we will take a pay cut, right?
Yeah.
In order to keep some of our staff around because we made the bad decisions. If only the shit didn't roll downhill. It sucks. Yeah. It's awful.
It always affects the people that can't afford to be affected.
It does, man.
You know, it's just like
it does. Yep.
Fucking sitting in your golden throne, like,
Yep. See it all the time, Mav. That's why I'm not afraid of acquisitions right now in this industry. This industry, there's always going to be ebb and flow. There's always going to be expansion and contraction. It's always going to happen that way. Again, pandemic happened. It exploded this industry. There's going to be contraction when that all goes away. It's going to happen. But the fact is, when that does happen, do you want these people just to be laid off and let go and gone? Or do you want them to have an opportunity potentially to have a better position or to keep their job for longer underneath a new company like Xbox, like Microsoft, right? Who can come in and buy the company and could potentially keep it. Now, it still happens with Microsoft. We saw when their profits weren't looking as pretty as they should, even though we're talking about billions of dollars.
Yeah.
They laid off 10,000 people, right, Mav? Again, Microsoft does this. Big, giant corporations do this all the time. It happens. But I'm saying specifically in this industry, that's why I'm not afraid of acquisitions. Does it always work out? Does it always mean that everybody gets to keep the job? No, it doesn't.
Look at Embracer Group.
Right. Bad business decisions, right? Lars, my boy Lars, made horrible business decisions. House of Cards, okay? They're all coming crashing down now. But would you rather see Crystal Dynamics and Eidos Montreal disappear and those people be laid off and foreclosed? Or would you rather the potential that Embracer sells them off to somebody like Xbox? Well, of course, I'd much rather see him sell off the Xbox. That's why I don't fear this acquisition. Again, The industries are going to go through this. It is the ebb and flow. It sucks for the human beings involved because the human beings, like Mav said, are generally speaking middle management on down. Shit rolls downhill. The people making the least amount of money are the ones affected the most. The ones that can't lose their jobs are the ones that do lose their jobs. It sucks, but it's a part of every industry. It is a part of every job. That risk is always there, that your boss makes a terrible decision and it costs the company employees. It happens. And again, the boss rarely walks off and goes, I fucked up. Sorry. My bad. I'll take that hit. That ain't going to happen, man. That's why they're the boss. But again, it does suck. It sucks to see this. Again, Telltale was surprising to me today because they're not this bloated company. Like, I just didn't see that happening. So I'd love to hear what happened on the inside. Man, hopefully things will hopefully as things get settled into the more norm now where we're at. But again, we've got inflation, we've got all this other shit going on. So I say that lightly, but hopefully it settles in and we see some of the contraction finally stop and kind of even out. And we stop getting these headlines, because it has been a lot of headlines lately for sure. Good headlines, Mav. Cyberpunk. I will always talk Cyberpunk. One of my goats. CDPR announced 25 million sold copies to go along with 3 million sold already of Phantom Liberty, the expansion. And they also announced a live action project with a brand new story in the world of Cyberpunk 2077. They're collaborating with anonymous content, whatever that's going to be. We'll find out in the future. But the fact is, Mav, we are going to see more Cyberpunk in the future. We already knew that. But again, the more success they have, the more likely it is that risk adverse culture of the corporate world will see that Cyberpunk is a huge success, and they will allow CDPR to reinvest in the sequel a lot of money to make the sequel even bigger and better than the first one was, which is what I want, man. Fuck, I can't wait, man. I don't care if it takes 8 years.
It's so crazy to think about Cyberpunk now compared to what happened.
It is
at the launch, and we said we had faith that they would recover, right?
Yep. CPR's done this again. Witcher 3
recovered in spades. Yep. And the Cyberpunk is at the end of the day going to be thought as a massive, huge success for CD Projekt Red, right?
More people are saying how great of a fucking game it is.
Yeah.
That's awesome. People are rediscovering it or discovering it for the first time.
Play it also for the first time. And
correct.
Crashing on it because that was that cool thing to do, right?
Yep. I mean, again, it was deserved from the perspective of the last gen consoles. It was absolutely 1000% deserved. So, but again, people are refining out how good the story is and that this is some of CDPR's finest work. That's what's really cool to me. Even at the end of the day, if it took them this long to figure it out, more people appreciating that story, because again, it's one of the few that left me emotional and that I still think about to this day. So it's freaking fantastic. So love to see that. What else, Matt? Bungie getting sued, never a good thing. I'm at the place in my life I have seen enough that I wait until full stories. I don't jump on bandwagons. I will wait for full stories until I make judgments. However, it's never a good headline to say former Bungie, this is from Hasdor, shout out to Hasdor, is always putting out good content. Former Bungie human resource manager is suing Bungie for wrongful termination after she reported a potential racial bias. She alleges her recommendations for sensitivity training were met with hostility and denial. 2023, that's not the headline you want from any company. So this is not a good look for Bungie. She was specifically brought on board, Mav, in response to criticism of their lack of diversity. So you bring on a person, you hire her on to make sure that she is the watchdog over your company. And then the first time she raises her hand and says, I think we got a problem here, you fire her.
Yeah.
And again, I'll wait until full stories are out. Again, wait, but I'm just saying, headline wise, no.
Yeah, it's bad. Very bad look.
Yeah, very bad.
So interesting stuff. for sure.
Very interesting stuff. Yeah, Dragonheart. Shout out to the legend Dragonheart. You'll be dropping in here too. Says fun speculation and Punk. So if you finish the expansion, it's the perfect ending to set up the next CP game. Can't wait. If you're talking about I'm assuming because that's the only expansion there's been. Phantom Liberty. I'll be jumping into it after I get done with Starfield and Forza and all that kind of stuff. I can't wait to play my second playthrough of it. Although Phantom Liberty supposedly occurs somewhere in the middle, so I don't know how that sets it up, but again, the ending for the first Cyberpunk, I got the best ending that you supposedly could get on my one and only playthrough. I didn't go through because it was so perfect. I didn't care. I know a lot of people went back and started up their saves and went back and got all the endings. I didn't do that because I just loved my ending so much, although one part of it kind of irked me, but that's okay. I can't wait for Cyberpunk 2. I think Cyberpunk 2's they could go any direction, Yobi. They could go any direction, right? They could take it in a whole new area of, in Cyberpunk, in a whole new kind of place. I can't wait, bro. I could sit here and talk Cyberpunk all night.
Yeah. I did try it on my PC with the, and it is fucking glorious looking. Like, my God. I think, I can't wait to finally just completely get invested and dive in. It's just there's so much other stuff, man. It's like,
I can't wait to get your impressions as you play through it. I can't wait as you dive in deeper and get through the story, because again, you're talking about Starfield right now and kind of how the story's throwing you. I can't wait to see your reaction to Cyberpunk, because both me and Steele absolutely loved that story. So it's freaking amazing. Yeah, you're right, OCDgamer. Had they not had the problems out the gate with Cyberpunk, had Cyberpunk launched polished, even if it wasn't 2.0 and what they did, but even let's say it was half, let's say it was 1.5 version of Cyberpunk, if it had launched in that state and they had cut off the last gen completely, easily would have probably been 35 million by now. That game would have blown up as one of the best all-time games out the gate. I can almost guarantee there would have been a huge amount of people saying that was one of the greatest games they ever played. Guaranteed. Yeah, it is too bad that it took this long, but they're getting there. So it's fine. They've had a lot of sales too. There's a whole lot of weeks, Mav, where Cyberpunk was on sale for $5.
Yeah.
No doubt about it.
Yep.
Because I was out here telling people on the shows, go pick it up at $5, please. Just go pick it up. Even if you don't play it right now, throw it in your library and pick it up for $5. Yeah. It's well worth that. I think that's about it, Mav. I don't have anything else I really need to touch on or want to touch on. I don't think. No, I think we covered most of it, bro.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of stuff.
BioWare's getting sued too by their former employees.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, yeah. BioWare. Yeah. I got them mixed up with Bungie earlier. Yeah.
Yeah,
BioWare.
no,
yes, BioWare is getting sued from former employees for lack of severance pay.
Yes. Yes, part of the Dreadwolf team. Basically, every Dreadwolf member who voted for unionization has now been fired from BioWare.
Yeah.
EA. That's why when we said Microsoft backing unionization for this industry was such a huge moment, Mav, that's why we said that. That's exactly what we talked about. Most of this industry is against the unionization of their employees. Microsoft saying we will not block unionization, and in fact, we will support anybody who wants to do that, was gigantic. And that's why you saw the unions back the Microsoft ABK deal.
Yep.
Because they're one of the first major, like big time corporations to say that, which is big.
Yeah, for sure. Like in tech, especially, it's crazy. You see all this other stuff going on around with
tech industry hates it.
Like,
Yep. There's two sides to unions. I'm not. I grew up in a union family, right? I grew up in blue collar. My dad was part of the machinist union because he was a mechanic. My stepdad, he was a mechanic out at the airport. So I grew up in a union family. There are two sides. Unions do also defend and protect bad employees as well. So that does happen where there's an employee who does deserve to get fired, but the union will back that employer and not let the employer fire him. So that comes into play. We see that in other areas too. I'm not going to go on a union rant, but unionization in general should be allowed, and it is a good thing. The employees should make that decision, should be able to make that decision for themselves if they want to unionize and go down that road. That should be a freedom. It should not be obviously retaliated against, right? That should not happen. So
Yeah.
absolutely 100%.
It's crazy, man. Lots of layoffs, lots of different crazy stories, and you know, it's all. I mean, a lot of it's not really getting talked about too much. It's nuts. The last couple weeks, everybody's just fucking trying to shit on Forza or Starfield. Last month or so. I mean, that's now all we've seen on social media. It seems like, and I'll keep defending those games, but meanwhile, all this other crazy news, PlayStation stuff, all these other things happen behind the scenes. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, that's actually important. But
yes,
okay,
100%.
Yeah. Oh well.
Facts, Elvin. Facts. By the way, yeah, we're not going to go down that rabbit hole, but facts. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, I think we're good. Man, almost a 4-hour show, man. Holy cow, we went off tonight. I will end it by saying this as well. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, I said I had zero interest in.
Yeah.
They're starting to get me, Mav.
Yeah.
For anybody who doesn't know, they've got a big they got their Call of Duty Next going on right now. They have people playing. They flew in tons of influence, tons of big people to play the game. They've been streaming it all day today. They had a whole Next program. They showed off more zombies. They showed off more of the multiplayer they were streaming all day today. Bro.
They got you. They got you, Pong Soul.
I'm not the Call of Duty dude anymore. Like, I'm not. Like, again, I did play, but I did like Modern Warfare 2 was the first one that I jumped back into like day one. Like, that was like,
we had fun though, right?
Years. I mean, we had a blast, but I didn't think Modern Warfare, again, we know what Modern Warfare 3 is. Mav, it's a complete cash grab, but the way they're cash grabbing with the nostalgia, with all the old freaking maps. And they announced more today as well. They announced Favela, Estate, Skid Row, Rust, and High Rise. Bro, they're killing me right now. And the gameplay looks good. And the zombies open world I really liked. And it looks even better now, Mav. Like, they're killing me here, man. They're killing me.
Yeah.
Like, I'm like really close to saying like I'm in. Like, I'm not gonna be able to wait for Game Pass on that one if it takes a year or 2 years or whatever it is.
I'll see if it grabs me before. I didn't really watch anything from the thing today, so I need to go back and check some stuff out. But
yeah,
I just
it
hasn't grabbed me yet. But you know what?
They say it every time, but it looks like they did. Like they've. And I'm not even the slide cancel guy. I'm not the slide dude. I don't but they've brought all that back in, Mav. Like everything, every complaint that the community had about what the past couple have not given them, they're bringing back. Like, it's crazy. Like, this is a total fan Call of Duty, like legitimately, especially with all the old maps being reworked. They look awesome too, Mav. They look awesome.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Anyways,
I'm looking forward to it. Hey, it's another big first party game from Xbox coming out this year. That's for damn sure.
Yep. I know Lord Roughness will still be playing Starfield, Forza, all that stuff. I get it. That's what I said. Like, I'm not planning on stopping playing Starfield anytime soon. And now Forza's got me again. Like, I know
Assassin's Creed
but
came
it just
out
looks so
today.
good. Yes, the Mirage did, but I've already settled on. I have already settled on the same thing you said, Mav. Next year, around February, I'll hop into Ubisoft Plus and I'll play these games.
Mortal Kombat 1, I haven't even what's wrong with me? What's happened to me, bro? Yes. Like, it's like there's too much. I can't keep up. There's so much other things I want to play, but Forza and Starfield has just got their hooks in me, dude. Like, I've been waiting for these games for years, right? So it's just. It is what it is.
It is. Again, this year is going to go down as one of the greatest of all time, if not the greatest. So I don't care. I've seen some people trying to argue that again, and I'm like, I don't know how you can't argue that. I don't know how you can argue against it not being one of the top 3 of all time, if not the top 1. You got to put it at least in the top 3 years of all time. Again.
For sure.
Legitimately.
Yeah, it's up there in the top for sure. And like, you could have to look at the game list side by side and really look at it and stuff, but we got to also have distance away from this year to have perspective on everything as well, right? Like, I feel like because like, what if this is the best Call of Duty game ever? It's not even over yet, you know what I mean? Like, Like it's not. So we got more games still coming out and all this stuff and like.
Oh, and Mav, I don't think you watched it, but Diablo season 2 is looking really good. Dude.
Is it?
Yeah,
They said
bro,
they
you
had
gotta
a
go
lot of
watch it,
content.
bro. They're changing everything. They're like reworking everything, and the new story with the vampires looks amazing. And yeah, I watched that too, and I was like, oh,
I
shit,
just got
no.
myself unaddicted to Diablo. God, this is nuts.
I know, I know.
How are they gonna keep doing this to me, man?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Season
man.
1 was kind of a letdown, you know. Like
it was a letdown. It was right.
Season 2,
bro, you got to go watch it and look at it. It looks.
I haven't been watching shit. I've just been playing Forza and
I know.
Starfield.
Oh, I've been watching it on and off at work, right? Catching up on stuff that I can, but man, yeah. I forgot I failed to mention that to you earlier this week.
When does it come out? When does season 2 come out?
October 10th.
Doesn't something else come out then, or
I don't know.
The 20th is Spider-Man, right?
Yeah, the 20th is Spider-Man. So yeah, but yeah, that launches next week with all the changes and updates. Oh, all right, let's get everybody out of here. I do want to grab something to eat and play some more Forza as well before I hit the hay tonight. Forza official launches the 10th. So
that's what it was. Yeah,
that's what it is. Yeah, because you got Spider-Man 2 and Super Mario Brothers Wonder, which people are already talking about, that people have played it, Mav, and are saying it's the best 2D Mario ever.
God, that I love 2D Mario, man. Like,
right.
And I talked about this on somebody's show recently, and I was like, that's one I'm actually looking forward to. Like, I shit on the Switch all the time and stuff, but that I don't know if I'll be able to wait on that
one. City Skylines 2 Psychonauts, I don't know if you heard, is only coming to PC. It's been pushed on console till next year.
Oh, we also
just so you know, brother.
We also get that co-op Sonic this year too.
Yeah, we get that co-op this month. Too. Yep. Bro. All right.
Bro.
Let's get everybody here. Bro, this is crazy. When we start talking about this stuff, this is crazy. This is absolutely insane, bro. Bro. I know. What a Thursday night. What an amazing episode of PM in the PM. Chat, absolutely on fire tonight. Absolutely incredible, as you are every week. Again, we had some big topics, we had long topics, we had rants, we had a little bit of everything tonight, and you guys brought it in the chat as well. Really good conversations. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for all the support. Thank you for all the nice comments. All of that. Again, each and every week, love and respect for each and every single one of you, that whether you watch us live, whether you lurk while we're live and you don't talk in the chat, doesn't matter. Whether you watch us a week from now, it doesn't matter on replay. We don't care. You're all part of the Fun Speculation family, and we thank you for being here tonight. So thanks for joining me and Mav on this Thursday episode of PM in the PM. Mav, we got Xbox Ultimate tomorrow night.
Yes, we do.
You probably are going to stream a little bit more, I'm assuming, as well. What else you got coming up?
Yeah, I was thinking about it. I don't know. Like, I was thinking about bringing the PS5 in here and then switching it to where I streaming Forza and then I switch it to GT7 and then switch back to Forza, just so people can see and judge for themselves, like live gameplay.
It's a cool idea if you do that.
We'll see. I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to do it or not. But I am probably going to stream some more Forza regardless. It just feels like if I feel like messing with all the setup stuff. So if you guys want to see that, I will. If not, then I could care less to actually play GT7 right now, to be honest. But
I believe it.
Yeah, I'll be playing Forza tomorrow on stream probably. Plus also we got Xbox Ultimate Podcast, like Pong Soul said. And it's going to be a fun show tomorrow night. So come check that out. And then we got Fun Speculation Podcast at Monday, 10 p.m. Eastern Time. And then Fun Pop on Tuesdays, 7 p.m. Eastern. Or wait, 10 p.m. Eastern as well. This is at 7 p.m. Eastern. I'm so fucking tired now, man. We've been live for 4 hours, bro. Bruh, 4 hours talking games.
Bruh. Yep.
Yeah, so fucking hell, just you do your outro.
Thanks, Mav.
Hey.
Thanks, Mav. Appreciate that outro, bro. Everybody follow Mav. You know where to find him, bruh. Yeah.
Bruh.
Yeah.
Fun
bruh.
speculation, bruh.
Bruh. Yep. Everybody, again, appreciate you all. You know where to find me, Pongso on the X, formerly known as Twitter, Pongso on the Xbox. You guys follow me, I will follow you back. If you've been watching my X feed, it has had more game screenshots, of course, all pretty much Starfield, but now I've started up Forza, again, doing what I promote and just trying to pump out what I'm enjoying right now. So follow me, I'll follow you back there. Otherwise, I will be on Xbox Ultimate tomorrow night. Of course, 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time. Saturday morning, Steel and I are back. Last Saturday, I was up at my cousin's wedding, had to drive. Total round trip was over 6 hours. So I was gone all day. So we did not have Living Split Screen. You know how much Steel and I miss Living Split Screen on Saturday morning. So if you are here right now, if you're listening to this, please join me and Steel. I know a bunch of you already do, but drop on in Saturday morning. Check Steel and I out. We're going to have a lot to talk about. Steel and I both have really busy real lives. We haven't really been talking at all. We haven't actually hopped on any kind of live chat. So Saturday morning is going to be fun because I got to catch up with my brother from another. It's been a long time. We're going to talk a lot of Forza, but we'll be talking everything as always.
I'm
3+ hours.
To hear Steel talk about it.
So am I. Steel's in, man. He just I don't know if you saw him earlier, but he said he's now in the multiplayer and he's loving it. So
yeah. Ooh,
yeah, that's Steel hardcore. I don't do the multiplayer in Forza, but Steel's all about it. So if you're out there, man, watch out. That beast is going to get you. But yeah, it's going to be fun hearing Steel's opinion for sure, because the man is a Forza through and through. So this is going to be good stuff. 10 a.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time, Living Split Screen, Saturday morning. Join me and Steel. We're going to have a great time, 3+ hours. So buckle up for that. And then Saturday night, I haven't been on the shop podcast in 2 weeks, man. That's insane. Like, I think I've only missed one other shop, and now I missed the past 2 weeks, which has been crazy. But I am back with my brothers. I have missed those dudes tremendously. Obviously, I love ending my Saturday night over on the shop podcast. So please join PTK Blam's channel. PTK Blam, Fuzzy Belvedere. You know Fuzzy's going to have a lot to say about Forza. Yeah. I can't wait for that conversation. He's going to talk some tomorrow night on Xbox Ultimate too, I'm sure. But the shop is the place to be. PTK Blam, Fuzzy, myself, and whoever the guests are. 9 a.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central Time, every Saturday night. Be there for the shop podcast. It's going to be a good time. Otherwise, everybody, it is the golden age of gaming. This is now established lore and fact, and I made it such right here with this declaration. Okay, it's the golden age of gaming. Get out there, whatever you're playing, enjoy it. Post some screenshots, post some gameplay, play what you love what you play. I'm going to talk to you all real soon. Thanks for being here, everybody. It's been a great show tonight. Mav, get us out of here, brother.
Peace out. Bye. Bye.